Hello, everyone.
I'm very blue, Ma.
You're blue?
Yeah, look at my avatar. I'm blue.
I see your regular avatar.
I'm blue.
Hey, Cat Eyes. Hi, Kaz. Twins in the chat. Sassafras is in a foul mood. Hey,
Mm,
Lanky Tor. Lanky, where do you live? Aren't you in Northern California? Hey, Jess. Hey, my elderly cats. Hey, Jennifer Nobles. Hey,
I'm a
Brenda.
rubu. Ma, I'm a rubu. Have you seen Jess? Jess has called me a rubu.
Ugh. Where are you blue? In the earth?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're in Earth, guys. Hey, Moon Shadow. Hey, Raybird. Yeah, we're just going to touch on the updates for a couple of the cases. How are you, Kaz?
Yeah, I'm not too bad actually. We've got a little bit of a reprieve today from the heat because it's gone overcast. So it's only 90 degrees at the moment, so it's okay.
Well, yeah, I'm going to address that, Lanky, one sec. Hey, Julie. I know, Lanky. That's why you have to stay away from the other side of the tracks for a little bit. I was just telling Kaz about that. Oh, it broke my heart.
I'm glad I don't deal with the other side.
I have like a couple of people I love over there that are into the drama and crime. So it's like the Krama, they call the Krama channel. But I have always moved to the beat of my own drum. I do what I do. I don't take sides. I make my own mind up on people. And then I got a lot of slack on that community post I put out regarding a creator that I heard. Oh gosh, oh yeah, it really triggered me about the F house where the Idaho 4 kids were killed.
Yeah, that
I
was
will not
fine.
mention the creator's name, but I did post the video in members only chat in Discord.
That was fine.
I know, guys, I'm losing my voice. I had some family come up from Florida and we stayed at a hotel casino for a couple of days and oh, we had so much fun. I even took the Fiona ferret with me. I took little
Of course,
Fiona to the casino in my little pink pouch bag that I put her in.
as you do.
Sassafras got targeted today.
Oh, sweetheart.
What happened, Sass? That's horrible. Kaz, I'm just going to go ahead and do it in the order of the notes that we made earlier
Okay,
today.
fine by me.
All
I
right.
like order. Don't like chaos.
Me too. What happened, Sassafras? Maybe you can come up and tell us at the end. I don't like to hear that. Let's start with Leilani. as Simon. I am so glad. I mean, I'm not glad that they found Simon in a landfill. I mean, Quinton in a landfill. Oh my.
Mhm.
How do you throw a baby into the garbage?
That woman has no soul. I'm sorry.
I mean, I can understand, God forbid, an accident and you're young and you tried to cover it up, but to put a child in the garbage and they actually found him, that was that. I'm glad they found him.
Mhm.
It would be horrible for a little 20-month-old baby to spend eternity in a landfill.
Mm. I just can't describe how I feel, how much disgust and disdain I feel for Leilani. Oh, Lanky, I'm sorry you're so exhausted, darling. I mean, look at those eyes. Soulless.
The world is getting scarier and scarier.
Oh, we're not looking at this one.
Lanky says she's exhausted. I got some slack from the mister. Lanky said in the chat, "I love you, babes," to me, and I was like, Lanky is a wonderful woman who lives in California, and she loves everyone. So please." And then it was funny. I called my friend Samara. I'm sure some of you know Samara. And I said, Samara, is Lanky a male or a female? And he was like, da, 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 da. All right, let's go ahead and check out. We're just going to do videos tonight, guys, and just chat on the subject quickly because we have a really interesting podcast on the Idaho 4. All right, Kaz, tell me if you can hear it, babe.
Okay. Well, when the yeah. Yeah, I can hear the
You
ad
can hear it?
fine. Yeah.
Okay. Wait a second. Where'd the volume go? Hang on, mister.
Leilani Simon will spend her second straight night in jail tonight after being charged with murdering her 20-month-old son, Quinton. Simon reported her son missing more than 6 weeks ago. Police arrested her yesterday
Text me,
after finding
sassafras.
human remains in a Chatham County landfill. Right now, the FBI is conducting DNA tests to confirm that those remains are Quinton's. Tonight, many are awaiting for Leilani to make her first court appearance on tomorrow. We're also hearing more from people close to Quinton. Tonight,
Hi, Bernadette. Now let's go have a look of Leilani in court today. Where are you, Leilani?
In jail.
Look at her. Look at her. She's got the shackles on, the chain around the waist, and everything. Yes, Lilac, she was arrested yesterday. No, Sunday.
Sunday.
I
Yeah.
could be wrong. Yeah, I was away all weekend. Um, she was
Partying.
also, yeah, I know Billy Joe. I heard her on Voices Behind the Wall too about that day and taking her out to get her last meal, and she took her to the Chinese buffet. Now, if I wanted a last meal, I either want It's €5. Or I want 4 lobster tails, Danish lobster tails, grilled with some steak sirloin tips and mashed potatoes and a Hershey's with almonds.
Will you stop it? I haven't eaten lunch yet.
Well, I wouldn't choose a freaking Chinese buffet. One
No,
time I went to a
no.
Chinese buffet literally down in Florida. And it
I
made
got
me
food
so
poisoning.
sick that I literally, I'm not
Mm.
even going to go there, but
Hey,
Last
Blackie. Well,
Supper. Hey, Michelle Mouse. Yeah, but I wouldn't want a Chinese buffet. I got so sick on that one time. Oh, come on. Did she color her hair?
We start with a developing story in Fairfield tonight. A 19-year-old woman was shot and killed after a Halloween party over the weekend. Today, two of the
Wait,
suspects
wait,
made their
wait.
first appearance in court. ABC 10's Monica
What
Coleman's
is
there and
this?
has the
Okay,
latest on the investigation.
hang
In her
on,
first
guys.
court appearance in front of a judge, 21-year-old Jessica Quintanilla
Wait,
was
wait,
charged
wait.
Tuesday for
I was going to say, what the heck? Hang on, guys. Wrong video. Who is that? I'm only kidding. Hang on. Let me get out of here. I never heard of her. Hey, Black
no.
Eagle.
You have
She said
sushi.
she would have sushi. Well, if I was going to have my last meal, I would definitely go to Black Eagle's lobster place and send all of you guys tickets to join me.
Mm. I loves me some seafood. Hey, Jennifer Curry.
I don't. All right, here we go, guys. Now, if this is. Oh, wait. Is this. I think they've really messed up because if this is Leilani, um, wow.
Oh, Jess says she'd have all her food infused with pot. Good
Was
on you,
she in
Dal.
court today?
Her
No,
next
this is
court
a different
appearance.
one. Leilani Beauchamp. There's 3 Leilanis in custody.
Wow. I know Leilani's next court appearance is in February next year.
Is it? I thought they said that she was just in court. Hang on, she was just in court. When did she get
In
arrested? Sunday?
Monday. Oh, Love
Ah,
Hope said it was rescheduled until tomorrow.
yes, it's tomorrow. I was just gonna say because okay, Monday, Sunday. Okay, yeah, it is tomorrow. Okay, who is Leilani? We gotta look at who that girl is because she I gotta stop. There's so many cases out there, guys.
Too many. Black Eagle, you're really making me hungry. All I can think about now is lobster.
I know Black Eagle and I need to get together.
You're too far away. It will spoil by the time it gets to Australia.
One second.
Although you might have the best lobster, but we have the best mud crabs in Queensland. And I love Christmas for the Alaskan king crabs. We get those here at Christmas. Yum yums. They are delectable. Have you ever had them, Ma?
Yeah, I was
Alaskan
making a
king crab?
poll. I was
Oh,
making
sorry.
a poll.
Sorry.
I wanted to see what people thought as far as if Leilani accidentally did Quinton or if it was an accident or intentional or they don't know. Okay, Black Eagle, listen to me. I have told you this over the last 4 years. Email me at monkeygirl@live.com. Or you can email the channel and Kaz will give you my number.
I will. Black Eagle. I was born in England. I came to Australia when I was 11 years old, and I live on the on the east coast of Australia. Only 10 people voted. We've got. Oh no, it's going up. It's going up. Okay.
Bernadette said that she would invite Billy Joe to her house anytime. People need to stop blaming her. Yeah, she was out of town. I mean, she definitely had her past growing up and whatever it is. I don't judge people for anything, but um I mean, she
And
lost a grandchild, she lost a
mhm,
daughter, she's
mhm.
got two in custody. I mean, at the end of the day, I honestly believe that she had a feeling. I don't know if Leilani told her, but still, at the end of the day, it's not Billy Joe's fault what happened.
No.
I agree. I agree. So, who's on the list next? Kayla Montgomery.
Yes. And
Now, I hate, guys, I'm not right all the time, but I was right about this girl.
oh yes, you called this one ages ago that Kayla was going to sing like a canary.
Right? Okay, where is the long one, the long version now? Let's see. I said it from day 2 that she is going to sing like a canary.
Well, if you've got the option of having a heck of a long time of your life spent in jail compared to only getting just over a year and a bit in jail and helping the police, what option would you take? I know what option I'd take. I'd start singing too.
And considering that they were separated at the time and he was living in the car with his girlfriend, I would have definitely have protected my kids. And I mean, two of those kids she has two with Adam.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Violet Breeze, that's the $95 million question. Why is there so much crime in the world today? I mean, growing up in the 60s, show my age, but growing up in the 60s, there was little spots of crime, like little areas that you knew not to go to, but today, doesn't matter where you go. I mean, it's more the norm, and it's really scary.
Look how cute Michelle Mouse is. Do you have dreads? I'm a little blind. Do you have dreads in your hair? She is so cute. I do not like girls like that. I appreciate the beauty and everything, and I would never cheat on Kaz.
I would hope not. I know where you
So
live.
remind me, Kaz, when we get into the Emily story at the end, the hiker.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I talked to Andy today
I did that.
about some side by sides maybe going up there, but we'll get into that. And I think I'm going to drag Black Eagle with us.
Oh, I'm jealous now.
Well, Julie, I don't think Billy. I don't. Okay, I think Billy Joel. Oh God, Billy Joe is partially to blame of the fact that she had custody and she left the children with Leilani. But then again, I think also, well, I'm not a grandma yet, but I think also it's your, I think it, if it was someone that was not your daughter or different, it might be a whole different ball game. But like this is her daughter. I mean, it's got to be such like she must have been torn. Like, my God, my grandson's missing. I know my daughter probably did it.
But you don't want to believe it. I mean,
Of
what
course.
mother would want to believe that her own flesh and blood would hurt her own grandchild? That, a daughter would hurt her own child. I mean, normal
Yeah,
people don't do that.
yeah, like JPL says, sorry, but I can't get over how many people were like, it's okay, Billy Joe. I didn't know. We know that was BS. Yeah, I think she knew after the fact. I'm sure she had to have known. But we went over Billy Joe's record. Like she's had a pretty party life, and the apple, and I've said it from day one, and I don't come back on this. The apple does not fall far from there. It's not even an apple falling far. It's two apples growing off of one stem.
Mm.
But did Billy Joe kill one of her children? No, she raised two murderers.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is
Hey, Gail Kelly.
true. I mean,
Let me turn my phone off. Um, yeah. But as far as blaming her for the death of Quinton, the actual death, we can't. But to blame her for negligence of leaving those children with somebody that possibly could have hurt them, she's definitely at blame in my book.
to put the child in harm's way was definitely a possibility when she knew Leilani had a problem with substance abuse.
Exactly.
And Leilani shouldn't have been living there. She, I know it was a voluntary for Leilani to, she gave up her children voluntarily to her mother to look after. But when Leilani was saying, I can't look after my kids, Mum, I need you to do it. But in saying that, Billy Joe knew that she didn't have the capabilities of looking after him because she gave it up. So to leave, I know Billy Joe had to go to work, and I don't blame her for that. Everybody's got to earn an income. And Billy Joe's brother was there. We know that. But some men just aren't as capable as looking. Some men are, but some men aren't as capable as looking after children as the female is. And
yes, Gail, I agree with what you just said. Gail, Billy Joe was not supposed to let those kids be with their mother. No, she was not. But then some people say that Leilani just gave her custody and it wasn't through the courts, but then it says that it was through the courts. Like, we're going to have to wait to see what comes out. But I just saw another comment. Agnes. Hello, Agnes. Why didn't Quinton go to the babysitters that day? I'm telling you, when all of this comes out, I do not think Danny knew a thing. People can have their own opinion. I respect it. He might have. I'm just saying what I feel. I feel that Leilani texted. I think she used Danny's phone. Or she came up with some excuse to Danny to tell them. Another thing we have to remember is Bill. I cannot say BJ. My God, that sounds so perverted. Billy Joe. Remember, she called the babysitter and said she wanted her to keep the children indefinitely until she was home, meaning that week. And then she went back to her and she said, I spoke to Leilani and I'm going to give her a chance to be a good mom. But we can't blame the babysitter because they're not the babysitter's children. And yes, they should have been with the babysitter. But when somebody calls you and tells you they don't need your services, you can't go over there and pick up the child.
No.
So that has to stop. I mean, regardless, yes, he should have been there. But it's not your child. You are a worker for the family, as in babysitting the children. And if they tell you they don't need your services, well, then the babysitter is completely taken off the board because it's not her problem. It wasn't, you know?
Oh, JPL, I'm sorry you're all alone for upcoming Thanksgiving.
Okay, let's check out this poll.
What's the results?
And we've got, was Quinton's death an accident? 44 yes, 33 no, and 22 not sure, with a big 18 votes. I love you guys. All right, let's get into Kayla. Do you have anything else, Kaz, you want to speak on Leilani or Quinton?
Oh, welcome to the family, Bridge Burner.
Hello, the
20
bridge
years
burner.
ago.
Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome in. Hope you enjoy. No sweater.
Exactly, Agnes. Oh, I don't think you're blaming the babysitter. No. I didn't say that. I was saying my feelings towards the babysitter. Yeah, we didn't think you were blaming the babysitter, Agnes. Welcome to the nice laid back group of people with no fighting, no drama, no BS. All right, here we go. I cannot get over how long her hair got.
So,
Kayla Montgomery, this one.
All right. So, Attorney O'Neill, why don't you now tell me where things stand and what you're looking to do next?
Sure. So the court's aware we've been engaged for some time now, as we've indicated, in ongoing plea negotiations. We had hoped we would be at a resolution for today's date, but within just the last 24 hours, negotiations have continued. There was also a technical issue that prevented things from proceeding unbeknownst to either of us. So we're asking for a little bit more time, and at which point we think we'll have something worked out. And we're hoping to schedule a plea and sentencing for the week of November 14th.
Okay. Tree Garrity, what do you have to say about that?
Judge, I don't disagree with that. We haven't yet come to a finalized agreement, but we're asking in anticipation of coming to an agreement, the court schedule it for the afternoon of November 18th, if that works for the court.
I think, Attorney O'Neill, you indicated that the afternoon, the 18th, will work for you.
It does.
All right. So I just want us to be clear on what's going to happen on the 18th. So I'm inclined to set a notice of intent deadline.
You know, guys, I think I'm smoking a really damn good strand of weed because that's the wrong video. Gosh, you can't make this up. Hang on, guys. Did I just say that out loud? Let me tell you guys what happened today. I had a rough day. I go to leave my house. I get my car halfway down my driveway. My driveway is probably like, what, Kaz, 50 feet long, 75 maybe? Kaz. Oh, she left us. So I get halfway, and my driveway is completely iced and snowed over. I'll put a picture of it in Discord tomorrow. And I hit those. I go reverse, and I'm going just good. And then I just have like this ditch in the sand that I'm leveling out. So the car hit that ice and sunk. It took me 3 hours to get my car out of the ice in my driveway today. Woo! I was like, woosah. I was rubbing my earlobes like, oh my gosh. I feel like this going up in like strangling a stop sign. It was crazy, Michelle. I was like, every time a truck would drive by, I was trying to get close to the road to shake my head and look sad, but nobody stopped to help me. I had a better chance of a moose coming. So here is the full court appearance. It's like 20 minutes long.
Maybe. Want a career that makes a difference? Join the Moore Center. We'll train you to begin a rewarding career.
See if we can speed it up a little. Oh, she's back.
Who is?
Kaz, I'm having technical issues tonight.
Are you done? Do you want
Well, when you left, that was the second time I put the wrong video on. I put on the 5-minute one and not the whole court appearance of her coming into court.
You're a silly sausage. The cold's getting to your brain.
All those links on the note card, the top 2 are wrong. Okay, here we go.
I say nothing.
All right, just tell me if you can hear it.
For the record, the matter before the court is the state of New Hampshire versus Kayla Montgomery.
Good afternoon, Jesse O'Neill for the state.
Your Honor, good afternoon. Paul Garrity for Kayla Montgomery.
Good afternoon. Go ahead.
The matter before the court is a plea and sentence, and Ms. Montgomery, would you stand, please? Please raise your right hand to the best of your ability. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Please state your name for the record.
All right. I'm going to use the little girl's room. So
right, Ms. Montgomery, it's my understanding it's your intention today to plead guilty to 2 felony counts of perjury. Is that correct?
Look at how long her hair is.
We're going to start by having the state review for the court and for you the sentences that are being recommended to the court today. These are the sentences that will be imposed, so please listen carefully and make sure this is your understanding as well. You can be seated and I'll turn to the state. And I should just say, Attorney O'Neill, the sentencing addendum doesn't have any charge IDs on it. I am going to have the clerk's office put both charge IDs on it. As I understand it, it applies to both sentences. That's the party's understanding?
It does.
It is, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
So beginning with the state prison sentence sheet for charge ID 1982119C, the proposed sentence is that on this charge ID, the defendant be sentenced to the New Hampshire State Prison for not more than 7 years nor less than 3.5 years. There is added to the minimum sentence a disciplinary period equal to 150 days for each year of the minimum term of the defendant's sentence to be prorated for any part of the year. There is 197 days pretrial confinement credit. This sentence is to be served as follows: stand committed commencing today. 1 1/2 years of the minimum sentence, and none of the maximum sentence is suspended. Suspensions are conditioned upon good behavior and compliance with all of the terms of this order. Any suspended sentence may be imposed after your hearing at the request of the state. The suspended sentence begins today. Excuse me. The suspended sentence begins today and ends 10 years from her release on this charge. The court recommends to the Department of Corrections that they screen and or assess the defendant for drug and alcohol treatment needs. The defendant is to participate meaningfully in and complete any counseling, treatment, and educational programs as directed by the correctional authority or probation parole officer. Subject to the provisions of RSA 651-A, Section 22-A, the Department of Corrections shall have the authority to award the defendant earned time reductions against the minimum and maximum sentences for successful completion of programming while incarcerated. Law enforcement agencies may destroy the evidence or return the evidence to its rightful owner. The defendant is ordered to be of good behavior and comply with all the terms of this sentence. And then there's an additional 5-page sentencing addendum / memorandum of agreement, which has been signed by both the defendant and the state, incorporated by reference and included as part of this sentencing order as fully stated herein. Without reading the 5 pages of that agreement, and perhaps most significant to this particular charge ID is that the state is in agreement on this charge ID that the state will take no position on a motion to suspend the balance of the maximum sentence after 3 years release, as long as none of the suspended time.
You know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think that Adam would get his girlfriends. I think Adam had a serious meth problem. And I think that when he got into these relationships, he got his girls, on it.
Yeah.
Because we saw Kayla's Facebook, Kaz. We went back forever and saw she was cute, she was pretty, she was, and then as soon as she got with him, it's like she just got that tired, worn look going, you know?
Thanks, Jess. I had no idea what you were talking about. I didn't know what a blunt was, Ma.
Huh?
Jess was saying she'd have a blunt, and I had no idea what she was talking about.
I don't smoke blunts, Jess. I smoke out of a pipe.
I did not know what she was talking about.
But I don't smoke meth.
Time has been imposed either on this charge or the other charge, 1982120C. There is no pending request to impose any of the suspended time on this charge or 1982120C, and the defendant has been of good behavior and in compliance with all terms and conditions of her sentence, including those made part of the sentence through the sentencing addendum. On charge ID number 1982120C, the proposed sentence is that the defendant be sentenced to the New Hampshire State Prison for not more than 7 years nor less than 3.5 years. On that charge, there would be no pretrial confinement credit. All of that sentence, all of the minimum and all of the maximum sentence is suspended, conditioned upon good behavior and compliance with all terms of the order. Any suspended sentence may be imposed after a hearing at the request of the state. The suspended sentence begins today and ends 10 years from her release on the other charge, 1982119C. This sentence on 1982120C is to run consecutive to any sentence on 19819C. It also includes the same conditions, the recommendation that DOC screen or assess the defendant for drug and alcohol treatment needs, that she participate in the counseling, treatment, and educational programs,
Night sass.
the box for the earned time reductions, and that she be ordered to be of good behavior and comply with all the terms of this sentence, including the same 5-page sentencing
Oh, I
addendum
love
/ memorandum
cookies.
of agreement,
Homemade cookies.
which is also incorporated by reference and included as part of this sentence as it fully stated therein.
Ms. Montgomery,
Shh, listen.
are the terms of the sentences that were just reviewed for you by the state, are those the terms of the sentence that you understand will be imposed today if the court accepts them?
Yes.
And the state did not read in its entirety all of the 5-page memorandum of agreement between you and the state of New Hampshire. Did you review that carefully with your counsel?
Yes.
And did you read that yourself, or did he read that to you?
I read it myself.
Okay. And Ms. Montgomery, how old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
And how far did you go in school?
I got my GED.
So you reviewed that addendum in its entirety and you discussed it with Attorney Garrity, is that correct?
Yes.
So you understand everything that's in that addendum?
Yes.
And all of what your obligations are within that addendum and all of the consequences should you not comply, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have any question about that?
No.
Okay. What we're going to do now is the state's going to tell me the facts that the state would rely on if these matters were to go to trial. Please listen carefully because I'm going to ask you if you have any disagreement with those facts. And I do that in part so that I know you're acknowledging your guilt on those specific charges. So please listen carefully to the state. Attorney O'Neill?
Seriously, guys, if anybody ever wants Cass and I to look into a case, just email the channel. We're going to start looking into, what was the boy? Savage asked me. Danny something?
Yeah, and Cat's Eye sent us some info that's in the email too.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Had this case proceeded to trial, the state would have introduced evidence to prove the following beyond a reasonable doubt. On December 28th of 2021, the Manchester Police Department began an investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery, who would have been 7 years old at that time. The police soon learned that the last credible reports of anyone seeing Harmony were from November of 2019, when Harmony was 5 years old. The police learned that in November of 2019, Harmony was living with her father, the defendant, who was Adam's wife, but who is not biologically related to Harmony, and 2 common children of Adam and the defendant. Fast forwarding back to December of 2021, during a voluntary interview with Manchester police detectives, the defendant told detectives that she had last seen Harmony 2 days after Thanksgiving in 2019, which would have been November 30th of 2019. In that interview, the defendant said on that date, Adam dropped her, the defendant, off for a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. shift at the Dunkin' Donuts on on Eddy Road in Manchester. She said when Adam dropped her off, he told her he was bringing Harmony to Harmony's mother, and the defendant told police at that time that she didn't see Harmony again after that. That was in December of 2021. In May of 2022, Harmony had still not been located, and investigators still had no definite information about her whereabouts or at that time whether she was even dead or alive. So that month, May of 2022, to further the investigation, the defendant was subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury for Hillsborough County Northern District. The grand jury was investigating possible charges related to Harmony's disappearance. The defendant was subpoenaed to testify about the last time she saw Harmony and anything else relevant she knew about Harmony's disappearance. The defendant's date to testify before the grand jury was May 20th of 2022. She was accompanied on that date by her attorney, Attorney Garrity, who waited outside of the grand jury room during the defendant's testimony per grand jury regulations. However, the defendant was advised at the beginning of her testimony that she could request a break at any point to consult with Attorney Garrity. The defendant was questioned during her grand jury testimony by Associate Attorney General Jeffrey Strelzin. Prior to any questioning, the defendant was sworn by AAG
I'm
Strelzin
surprised they read all this after pleading guilty.
Prior to any substantive questioning, Attorney Strelzin informed the defendant that she had the right to refuse to answer any question if it would
Yeah, they
incriminate
have
her,
to document her
that
now.
any answer she gave to the grand jury could be used against her in court, and that if she lied to the grand jury, she could be charged with perjury, which he told her was a Class B felony punishable by up to 3.5 to 7 years in prison and a $4,000 fine. The defendant indicated that she understood these things and that she had no questions. During the defendant's grand jury testimony, Attorney Strelzin asked her about the last time she saw Harmony. While under oath, the defendant testified initially that a day or two after Thanksgiving of 2019, Adam dropped her, the defendant, off at work, and Harmony and the other two children were in the car. The defendant testified that at that time, Adam said he was bringing Harmony to Harmony's mother. The defendant testified that this happened during the morning because she worked 6 to 2, and she said she was working at Dunkin' Donuts. Attorney Strelzin then advised the defendant that the police had checked with Dunkin' Donuts and had records that she wasn't working at Dunkin' Donuts at the time. Attorney Strelzin then again warned the defendant that whatever she said could be used against her, and he told her to really think about that day and where she was because she had to tell the truth. Subsequent to that warning, the defendant testified that 2 days after Thanksgiving 2019, before 6 in the morning, Adam dropped her off where she was working at Dunkin' Donuts in Goffstown. The defendant testified that Adam picked her up from work later that day, which she said was a little after 2 p.m., and that it was
Too
only
funny.
the other
I've
two
actually
children
been to
in
that
Adam's
Dunkin'
car,
Donuts.
and that Harmony was not in the car. The defendant testified that at that time she asked Adam if he had brought Harmony to Harmony's mom, and he said that he had. At no point during her grand jury testimony did the defendant retract or change her testimony that the last time she saw Harmony was 2 days after Thanksgiving of 2019, when Adam dropped the defendant off for her 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. shift at Dunkin' Donuts in Goffstown. After the defendant's grand jury testimony, Manchester detectives investigated her claim that she was working at Dunkin' Donuts in Goffstown on November 30th of 2019 from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. Detectives learned that there were 3 Dunkin' Donuts locations in Goffstown, 2 on Mast Road and 1 on Tower Lane.
Maybe not.
Ownership of the 2 Mast Road locations informed detectives that the defendant never worked at either of those locations. Ownership of the Tower Lane location informed detectives that the defendant had worked there from August 4th of 2019 to September 11th of 2019, but did not work there after September 11th of 2019.
Ooh.
Detectives also obtained the defendant's employment records from New Hampshire Employment Security. Those records showed that the only employer who paid the defendant in the 4th quarter of 2019, which would have been October, November, and December of 2019, was the owner of the Dunkin' Donuts located at 6 Bell Avenue in Hooksett. When contacted, ownership of the Bell Avenue Dunkin' Donuts informed detectives that the defendant had worked there, but only until November 23rd of 2019. Detectives also received a copy of paperwork signed by the defendant herself, which confirmed that November 23rd of 2019 was her last date at that location. In sum, the evidence the state would introduce at trial would show that the defendant was not working at any Dunkin' Donuts location for any shift, neither in Goffstown or anywhere else on November 30th of 2019, which means the defendant's testimony under oath before the grand jury for Hillsborough County Northern District on May 20th of 2022 about where she was working and the shift she was working was false.
Silly, Kayla, very silly.
Ms. Montgomery, do you have any disagreement with the facts as just stated by the prosecutor?
No.
You went over the acknowledgement and waiver of rights form for a felony with Attorney Garrity, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, I ask you, did you read them yourself or did he read them to you or both?
Both.
So do you understand that you're giving up certain constitutional rights you have by deciding to plead guilty today?
Yes.
You understand you'd have the right to a speedy and public jury trial of this matter?
Yes.
Did Attorney Garrity tell you how many people would sit on a jury if you went to a jury trial?
Yes.
How many?
15.
Well, that's close. You would have 12 people who would deliberate to determine guilt or innocence.
12, Kayla.
We often would add
Well,
2 or 3
technically,
additional
this
jurors who
3
would
are
serve
on
as
reserve.
alternates. Of 12 deliberating jurors, do you know how many of those jurors would have to say you're guilty or for a finding of guilty to be entered against you?
No.
If you're uncertain of that, you can speak with Attorney Garrity.
Oh, she's going to trial.
No, she's not.
No, all 12. All 12.
That's correct. And Ms. Montgomery, I ask you these questions because it's important that I know that you understand the rights that you're giving up by deciding to plead guilty today. As indicated on that form, you would have the
No,
right to
I
a
would go to
unanimous
trial.
jury verdict, but you are giving up that right by deciding to
God,
plead
no,
guilty
I
today. Is that
wouldn't.
what you want to do?
Yes.
Do you understand that that also means you're giving up your right to question any of the witnesses in this case that the state would bring in against you?
Yes.
And you're giving up your right to present evidence or call witnesses that could be favorable to you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You're also giving up your right. If you went to a trial, you'd have the right to testify, but you'd also have the right to remain silent. You could choose to say nothing at all, and the jury would be instructed they can't assume you're guilty because of that. But by deciding to plead guilty today, you are giving up that right to remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you're
She could've
giving up
got
your right to
14
challenge any of
years
the
for it,
evidence in
Mars,
this case,
if been
even if you
found
believe that
guilty.
there was evidence that was taken in violation of your rights. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And if you went forward to trial, it would be the state's obligation to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt before you could be found guilty of these charges. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You are also giving up your right to have Attorney Garrity continue to defend you and present any defenses that you might have at a trial. Do you
Would be
understand that?
interesting though, especially if
And
Adam was
importantly,
a
you're also
state
giving
witness.
up your right to appeal. So once we go forward today, if I take your plea and enter a conviction on these charges, you won't have any right to appeal this. Do you understand?
Yes.
And do you want to give up all these rights that we've just discussed and all the other rights on that acknowledgement and waiver of rights form of your own free will?
Yes.
Has anybody threatened, forced, or coerced you to enter a plea today against your will?
No.
Has anybody made any promises to you other than the promise of the recommended sentences that have just been reviewed with you?
No.
And do you feel you've had enough time to discuss this with Attorney Garrity?
Yes.
Did you tell him all the facts about this case so he could advise you?
Yes.
Did he answer all of your questions?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with this, sir?
Yes.
Attorney Garrity, did you go over each
I
and
would
every
go to
element of the
trial,
offenses
Jennifer. It
charged
takes
and
one
the
person to
possible
find her
defenses that Ms.
innocent.
Montgomery might have with her?
I did, Your Honor.
And did you carefully go over the acknowledgement and waiver of rights form and waiver of sentence review forms in their entirety with her?
Multiple times, Your Honor.
And do you believe that this is a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver on her part?
I believe it is.
Ms. Montgomery, do you have any mental health or other physical condition that affects your judgment or your thinking in any way?
No.
Have you taken any medication, drugs, or alcohol in the last 24 hours?
No.
Did your
Just-
attorney advise you?
Not to cut you off, Your Honor.
Yes.
She's on
MAT.
MAT at the jail.
Okay. So, Ms. Montgomery, it's my understanding that you take some medications for a substance use disorder. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been on that medication?
7 years.
Okay. And
I wonder if she's
when
on
was the
that,
last time that you took it?
Yesterday
starts with an
at
S.
12:30 p.m.
Can't think of the name of
And
it.
it was taken only as
Sebago?
prescribed?
Yes.
And do
Something.
you feel that in any way that affects the clarity of your thinking today?
No.
So you feel that you're thinking clearly and you know what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked this of everyone. Did your attorney advise you that if you're not a United States citizen, you can suffer other consequences of this plea up to and including deportation?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Montgomery, you also went over the waiver of sentence review form with Attorney Garrity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did he explain to you that because you're getting a state prison sentence, you would have the right to have that sentence reviewed by a panel of 3 judges? And they could increase your sentence, decrease it, or keep it the same.
Yes.
But it's my understanding
Maybe
that both you and the
Suboxone.
state have agreed to waive sentence review as part of this
Methadone. I don't
negotiated
know.
agreement. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I will take your plea on these charges.
So she went to trial
On
because
charge
this is
ID
for perjury.
198119, charging you with Class
That
B
can prove
felony
categorically
perjury,
she purged
carrying a
herself.
maximum penalty of 3.5 to 7 years at the New Hampshire State Prison and a $4,000 fine, which states that Kayla Montgomery did commit the crime of perjury and that Kayla Montgomery, in an official proceeding as defined by RSA 641.12, did make a false material statement under oath or affirmation, and she did not believe the statement to be true, to wit, on or about May 20th, 2022, while testifying under oath before the grand jury for Hillsborough County Northern District, Kayla Montgomery testified falsely regarding a prior work location. How do you plead to that? Guilty.
Wait a minute. Do you guys maybe think that she actually knows what's happened and she's going to say it?
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, yes, a box and something like that. Well, if we can always call the jail and find out what she's on. We can get a list of everything. But if that's the case and it goes to trial, oh, that's going to be insane.
I think that's the only reason they've gave her that plea deal. Because,
okay, but go ahead.
Because had they not offered her the plea deal and they'd just gone to trial, they had categoric proof that she lied about working for Dunkin' Donuts during the period of time she stated in the grand jury. And that's where she perjured herself. So there was no way she was going to get off. So she was looking anywhere between 6 and 14 years, depending on what the judge sentenced her to. It was going to be a minimum of 6 and a maximum of 14. So that's what she was looking at. So when they came to her with the deal, like you said, she was going to sing because she's not getting any. She got 2 charges for 2 lots of perjury, so she's not getting any sentencing for the second perjury charge. She's only getting a 1.5. I think it's 1.5 years. Then with good behaviour and time served, she's going to be out in less than a year. So
let me ask this question. If she knew what happened and she knew where Harmony was, then why have we not found Harmony yet?
Well, I don't know if she knows exactly where she is. I don't know, but I think she knows that Adam killed her.
And if she wasn't working that day, then was she with Adam? And does she know? And they're keeping that
on the QT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me because Adam's coming up again back in front of the judge.
All right, let's finish this video, babe. We got 5 minutes.
Okay, go for it.
So you're not guilty.
Guilty.
And on 1982120C, charging you with perjury, carrying a maximum penalty.
Hey, Lana, I put that video that I was talking about when you asked me about the community post. I put that video in members chat.
Of 3.5 to 7 years at the New Hampshire State Prison and a $4,000 fine, which states that Kayla Montgomery, in an official proceeding as defined by RSA 641.12, did make a false material statement under oath or affirmation, and she did not believe the statement to be true, to wit, on or about May 20th, 2022, while testifying under oath before the grand jury for Hillsborough County Northern District. Kayla Montgomery testified falsely regarding the time of the prior work shift. How do you plead to that? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Court finds there's a factual basis for these charges, and having questioned you, Ms. Montgomery, and your counsel on your offer of your plea of guilty, You and your counsel having informed the court that you've discussed all aspects of these matters and any defenses that you might have, and having observed you today as you've answered my questions, your demeanor, apparent intelligence, and attitude, and observing that you do not appear to be under the influence of any substance today that might affect your judgment, the court finds that this is a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of your rights, and your guilty pleas are accepted. Is there anything the state would like to add before sentencing?
Yes,
I'd just like
Vaughan,
to
it was
note that
horrible.
The proposed sentence was carefully negotiated over an extended period of time between the parties, and does provide benefits to each party, and I would ask the court to accept the sentence.
Okay. I guess the only other thing, Attorney O'Neill, I did ask Ms. Montgomery whether there were any other promises made. It's my understanding that the additional outstanding charges that are pending against her in the other cases are being null prossed as a condition of compliance with the sentencing addendum and the sentences that are being offered today. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's included in the memorandum of agreement. So it's a part of what she said was the sentence that.
Kaz, we need to get onto the Google Calendar and
Attorney
get
Garrity,
these
anything
dates
you
back
would like to add?
updated.
Yeah.
Drop
Just
the
to
link for
echo what the
members
state
only.
said, both sides engaged in extensive negotiations.
So the members
This
can
agreement
add to the
gives
doc. You know what I'm
benefits
saying?
both to the state and
Absolutely.
to Ms. Montgomery, most importantly, from our perspective. We would ask that you accept the proposed plea agreement
All right.
and proposed sentence.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Montgomery, is there anything you would like to say?
No.
All right. The court is aware from prior proceedings that the parties have worked diligently to come to a negotiated agreement. Ms. Montgomery, it is obviously contingent on a number of commitments on your part as set forth in the sentencing addendum. Based upon all of the information that's been provided to the court will accept the recommended sentences. So with respect to the prison terms on the charge ID ending in 119C, you will have that 3.5 to 7 year state prison sentence with the pretrial confinement of 197 days. That's stand committed, commencing forthwith. 1.5 years of the minimum and none of the maximum are suspended on that sentence. The suspended period is suspended for a period of 10 years from the date of your release. All of the other conditions that were reviewed with you earlier and are within that sentencing memorandum are also imposed. Do you have any question about that?
No.
On charge ID ending in 120C, on that charge, you also will receive a sentence of not more than 7 years nor less than 3.5 years at the New Hampshire State Prison. All of that sentence, both the minimum and maximum, are suspended. Those
Should I try to
suspensions
go
are
visit
conditioned
her?
upon your good behavior and compliance with all the terms and conditions of the sentencing order. That suspended sentence will begin today and end 10 years after your release on charge ID
Damn.
119C. If this sentence were to be imposed, it would be consecutive to the sentence in 119C.
So she only
All of
got
the other conditions that I
197
reviewed with you
days.
earlier, as well
Not
as
bad.
the
Yeah, but did you hear they're going to run them consecutive?
Yeah, but the other one she's got to be a good girl for 10 years. Otherwise, the rest of the sentence will be imposed. But she only actually has to stay in jail for 197 days. That's not bad. Not bad. Just means she's got to be good.
Yeah, but I think it might have been better consecutive to run it concurrent.
Irrespective, she's got to
Listen,
be good for 10
well,
years.
Kaz, listen. In the United States, we have a concurrent sentencing with when you get multiple charges, and we have a
Consecutive.
huh?
You have
Concurrent and consecutive. So on the concurrent, they're done at the same time. On this one, it's going to be one, and then after that's finished, she's going to run the other one.
Okay.
They will not be finished at the same time when she's going to run them consecutive.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, either way, she's got to be a good girl.
Hey, Chiz.
Hey,
Okay.
sweetheart.
conditions within the 5-page sentencing addendum and memorandum of agreement are also imposed in connection with that sentence. Do you have any question about that?
No.
All right. So those sentences and all of the conditions are imposed. Attorney Garrity, the court needs to make a determination on attorney's fees. Has her conditions changed since she completed? Maybe she didn't complete. Let me just see.
Judge, at one point, while she was out on bail, it had changed to some extent, but obviously now that she's detained, it's back to what it was previously.
Okay, so she does not have any money
That's correct.
in accounts
That's correct.
and does not own any property.
No.
Okay. Under the circumstances,
She
the
might
court will
own a
find that
car.
you do not have an obligation of your attorney's fees in these cases, taking into consideration those factors as well as the fact that you will be incarcerated for a period of time going forward. If you have attorney's fees obligations from other cases, you still will have those. All right, you're all set, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, I'm not sure in New Hampshire how many, if you, for the month, if you're good for 30 days, I do not know how many days are taken off for good behavior. I have no idea. But if that trial is open at Montgomery's, I'm definitely going to be there. I promise you all that. Because it's only 3.5 hours from me. I will be there. So let's see what the toll. Jeez Louise. We've got 80% think yes, nobody thinks no, and 19% thinks not sure. And we got 21 votes instead of 15 this time. Ooh. Do you want to read Kayla's charges?
Kayla's charges.
Just that little note card that we put up together. Lilac Breeze is asking, how do people sleep at night? The things that they see or do in serious criminal acts. Because they are those type of people that do not have remorse, sympathy. They just do not feel. They don't have that. It's just gone. That part of their brain probably never developed, and they probably hurt animals as children.
Yeah. Whose charges are you talking about, Sweater?
The one, Kayla
Montgomery's charges.
Yeah, because even though they went through them, they really didn't break down the charges. The card that you sent me.
That wasn't Kayla's, darling. That was Leilani's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm losing. See? You know what?
You got brain freeze.
No, it's called Purple Punch.
That was Leilani's charges.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, we missed that.
Yes, we did.
Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'll pull it up. I don't know if anybody's seen it or not, but
I'll pull it up since I've already got it in the back, and then you can just go ahead and.
All right. I look like a Smurf. This is just the official details of Leilani's charges. I don't know if everybody's seen it or not, but zero bond because in the state of where they are, they do not get bonded out on murder. All right. She's charged with felony concealing the death of another. She's charged with a felony false statements or writings, concealed facts or fraudulent documents in matters of government. She's also got a misdemeanor of false report of a crime. I'm sorry, Mom, I'm going to have to hide that. And she's also got felony murder. So she's actually got 4 charges against her.
Yep. I just don't want to get back and jump back into the Simon and move forward, but why it's Quinton. But I I I don't know what they found as far as his little remains, but I can't even imagine the person out there that actually discovered him.
Oh, I, I, I don't want my brain to go there. I have nightmares.
Do you
They
all
have
got
to have counselling.
do you guys like the background?
Except the luck. I'm not a Roo anymore. I'm a Smurfette. I'm a Smurfette now.
Okay.
I'll have to change my avatar to something that would offset
Okay, so before we get into the we're gonna save the Idaho 4 for the last. That podcast is absolutely amazing, actually. I was hearing a lot of good things about it. So let's go into Michael Vaughan. Do you wanna do Michael?
Yeah, I'll do Michael.
Okay.
I'll do Michael. I will bring up.
Yeah, there's
my
2 links: the Fruitland Police and
I'm pulling it up.
Nutter Butter Sarah. Sarah Wondra Nutter Butter.
Shares my screen.
So the question too, I was thinking about with the Michael Vaughan, I thought I was totally wrong on that case. And again, I do apologize to I never thought Brandy was involved, but I did think that Tyler might have been occupied and he got out or something happened to him, but he could have still have been occupied and he got out, but that's just my whatever. But this is the only video, so Kaz is going to have to use her beautiful accent for this.
Okay. All right. Treatment ordered for woman arrested in Michael Vaughan's case. A P8 County judge on Monday issued a commitment order for Sarah Wondra, who's charged with failure to report a death. Fayette County, Idaho, days after ordering a competency evaluation for Sarah Wondra, the woman charged in connection with the disappearance of Michael Vaughan. A Fayette County magistrate's judge has deemed Wondra is currently mentally unfit to proceed. Wondra's attorney appeared in court via Zoom Monday morning for a status conference. Judge Brian D. Lee reset the conference for the morning of Friday, December 23rd. A preliminary hearing previously set for Tuesday, November 22nd, has already been vacated. Online court records show Lee on Monday also issued a commitment order pursuant to the Idaho law about a determination of fitness to proceed in a criminal case. Wondra is being transferred to custody of the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare for treatment. The commitment order indicates she was found unfit to assist in her own defense. Therefore, proceedings against Wondra are on hold. Wondra, 35, was arrested November 12th. She was one of the occupants of a house on Red Wing Street in Fruitland, and investigators began searching a day earlier after receiving a lead that came from Fruitland Police Chief J.D. Huff, pulled a very credible tip related to the disappearance of Michael, who was 5 years old when last seen in his Fruitland neighbourhood on July 2021. Wondra is charged with failure to notify or delaying notification of a death.
She's getting a hey guys, Kaz is getting a contact buzz.
A felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison and a $1,000 fine if found guilty. At her initial court appearance on November 14th, the judge ordered a competency evaluation. A report on the evaluation was completed 3 days later. Now, see, I have a problem with this evaluation because she was competent to drive a taxi. She was competent enough to do all the TikToks and all that. So, Idaho does not have an insanity defense, but under state law, no person who, as a result of mental illness, lacks capacity to understand the proceedings against him or assist in his or her own defense shall be tried, convicted, sentenced, or punished, so long as such incapacity endures. Competency evaluations are conducted by at least one court-appointed psychiatrist or psychologist. Meanwhile, Michael Vaughan is still considered missing, and anyone with information that may help is to contact Crime Stoppers. And there's our beautiful boy.
Agnes, will you give me a tarot card reading? So let's read. Tell us what Hubba Hubba said. Oh God, I love him.
Hubba Hubba. Let me just move down.
Hubba Hubba.
Hubba Hubba. Remain squeeze.
Okay, Agnes. I was in New Orleans one time in Jackson Square, and it was with my mom, my dad, a couple of friends, and my dad was like Marine Corps, not really too strict, but he was like, a pretty strict guy. And he says to me, Mar, why are all these guys wearing little shorts and boots? And I said, Dad, because we're at the gay Mardi Gras festival. He was like, because we didn't know what was going on that weekend. We were stopping there on our way. And we were walking through. My poor dad he was just looking around like, what? And this guy in a black cloak in Jackson Square ran up to me and he told me that I was a sorceress.
Oh, really?
I was like, a sorceress? What? Yeah, it was crazy. And then my dad was next to me, of course. And my dad is like, get away from my daughter. Because I was younger, 18, 19 maybe. But he told me I was a sorceress. Now, I don't know how true that is, but okay.
Is it just a post, Ma?
It's on the home. Go to home.
Oh, that's that.
And it's the first one right there.
The November 16th one. This one.
Is that the one where J.D. Huff gives the update?
Yeah, it says update the search for Michael Joseph Vaughan.
Yeah, you can read that one.
Okay. The search continues for Michael Joseph Vaughan, no age 6. We will not stop searching and investigating his abduction until we find Michael and bring those involved to justice. Through the course of our investigation, we received credible information that the remains of Michael could be found in the backyard of 1102 Redwing Street in Fruitland. As a result, the Fruitland Police Department was granted a search warrant for the residence, along with to include the front and backyards. The search warrant was served on Friday, November 12th. In the late evening, upon entry, officers encouraged Sarah Wanderer, 35, one of the known occupants of the home. Fruitland police arrested Sarah, 35, as there is probable cause to believe that she had knowledge of Michael's death and failed to report the death to law enforcement. The following day, Fruitland Police Department, joined by the Idaho State Police, Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, Fruitland Fire Department, and the Fruitland Public Works Department, began a very methodical excavation of the backyard of Wanderer's home. Ground conditions have not impeded the excavation. The Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue deployed its specialty canines during the excavation. At this stage in the investigation, it is important that nothing is missed. So law enforcement will and continue to excavate and search the property. It's a slow process, but we will continue until we're confident that the search of the property is complete. Chief J.D. Huff said, "We are encouraged and remain hopeful that our investigation will lead us to the truth. It's our belief that there are others who have knowledge of the abduction and death of Michael Vaughan. This investigation is ongoing." And it just reiterates that they've received over 1,500 tips and leads. We have received many new leads since this portion of the investigation began on Friday. We would ask for your patience as we continue to work through this. We would also ask that the Vaughan family's privacy be respected. Are you listening, Joanna? We will post updates as information can be shared. If someone has or learns of information that can help find Michael, we want that information now. And that's the latest on JD. Oh my goodness, we've got bots in here again. Block him. 69 Amiga, you're born.
What is this real fast? Okay, I want to show this video. It's been a while. I mean, I kind of thought maybe they would have found something by now, unless they have. Look at that face.
Still.
My favorite picture of Michael, but she ended up taking it off, ended up taking it down when people started attacking her, Brandy. And I was guilty. I never attacked Brandy. The only thing I was mad about was then that video of her screaming at the baby. But I mean, but I never attacked Brandy. Yeah, it irritated me too. This was out yesterday. This was the prayer circle for Michael Vaughan. But I would love to know how much of the backyard they've dug up, but I still don't understand why they didn't use that solar unless they did find him and they're looking for more. Oh, gosh.
Well, they're taking all the excavated dirt to another location and going through it with a fine-tooth comb, so...
Yeah. Just sad.
It was extremely sad.
For him to go outside, and were they driving by? Were they lurking? Was it just like it just worked out perfectly?
I don't know. It's just sad all around, so I don't.
Oh, we'll find out. And to think that he was in jail since April.
Michael Vaughan, the 5-year-old boy who went missing in July of last year.
And while we wait for updates on that search for Michael Monkey Vaughan, members of the community have been coming together to own the Vaughan family.
Channel specifically was the
Community prayer circle is set to take place here at the Fruitland Community Park Wednesday night at 6. People will be coming together to send prayers to Michael, his family, and everyone involved in the ongoing
Tomorrow
search.
Night. Aww.
The prayer circle is being organized by a community Facebook group dedicated to Michael that held other events for Michael in the past.
we have been pleasantly surprised by the way the Fruitland community, Ontario, Payette, all the surrounding areas, and then across the country and across the world come together to just even share words of encouragement if they can't do anything else. So it's been very humbling to see the amount of people come forward and help this family in one way, shape, or form.
Police have been searching a home in Fruitland for the remains of Michael Vaughan since November 12th.
No, Bernadette.
Sarah Wandra, one of the residents, has been charged with failure to report a death. Her status conference was reset to December 23rd because a judge ruled she's mentally unfit to assist in her own defense and she needs treatment. Police excavated the backyard and are now searching through the house. Fruitland Police Chief J.D. Huff told KTVB that they don't expect any updates on the case until after they finish their search, which will likely be Monday. Huff also said that they've got a lot of work to do over the next few days as they continue their search. Earlier today, we saw trucks unloading dirt back at the house that's being searched. The community waits for answers. They're coming together to do what they can to support the Vaughan family.
So home the other day and I just kind of looked at my husband and I said, you know what? It's Thanksgiving's coming up. We still don't really have any answers as to what's going on with the Wander home and what's going on there. I think we should just do a prayer circle. And at the end of the day, it's all I really know that we have to do. You know, we can't go down there and demand answers. We're not going to get answers any faster than they're going to release them. We're not going to have justice any sooner than we would all like to see it happen. So at the end of the day, all we have is prayer.
Outside of the prayer circle, there are some other ways you can support the family. They have an Amazon Christmas wish list set up for them, as well as a meal train. Now, the community Facebook group has some more information on other ways you can support them. In Fruitland, I'm Jude Binkley, Idaho's News Channel 7.
And we have links to those ways that Jude mentioned that you can support Michael's family on our website right now, ktvb.com. And of course, we'll continue to bring you the latest on the case.
Poor baby. Oh, God.
Let me go ahead and drop that website. So if you guys want to get to the list or the wish list or anything to support the Vaughan family, I think I'm going to get them something off Amazon. Jeez, my gosh.
Told you that cold weather is frosting your brain.
Nope. Purple punch. Okay, so is Monkey in Sarah's backyard? 50% said not sure, 30 think yes, and 20 say no with 10 votes. Jess is like, Jess, come visit. Cat eyes. Remember, guys, it's legal here where I live. I was thinking they hit him with the car and freaked out, but that's another Y case. That is a Dior Kuntz case. That's what I think happened to Dior. I think they ran him over at the campground by accident.
Yeah, I think something like that happened to Dior too.
Okay. Well, we really never spoke about this case. But this one has been one that I have been following before I even had a channel. And I always said in the videos, I think I made 2 videos on them. And I always said that I pray to God that this case is solved before I die. Who do you guys think I'm talking about?
Well, I can't say because I know.
Oh, you know. I am in Maine, Agnes. What do we know about her husband?
Sarah's husband. Well, they weren't married very long. And they hadn't been together very long before they got married.
Kaz, do you still have his background?
Yeah, I do.
Can you pull it up, please?
Un momento.
And when you have to go walk around. I don't know if Chisme's still in here, but she wanted to share a short video at the end. She you guys don't know this, but even though we don't talk about it and talk about cases and things that are going on, like Chisme is out there searching for different people all the time.
Oh yeah.
I mean, she doesn't tell you guys or talk about it, but she goes out there alone and she just looks for seniors, kids, men. I mean, if she walked the grid in Bandera County, I bet she could solve probably 50 unsolved murders. But she has a lot. There's a lot going on with the Jordan Tompkins, Dimitri, and the Brittany case, but she's going to talk to you about some interesting stuff on that because I am convinced that there's a serial killer in Bandera County. Yes, Lilac, but yeah, she goes out all the time. More than you can.
Constantly out there.
All the time.
My eyesight's going.
Oh, there she is. Okay, Chisme.
Is she there?
Yep. We've got this that Kaz is going to show, and then we've got 2 more stories to talk about on the updates, and then, since we've been away for a little bit, we just wanted to get all of the updates in one so that we can just move forward and not be so behind.
Mm-hmm.
I had a great weekend, guys.
She did.
Oh, that shower. Oh, I was the shower jets, the back wall and the side walls. I'm telling you, I was in that shower for so long that I came out looking like a prune. And then I had Kaz on video and they had this beautiful indoor salt water pool. Oh. All right, Kaz, all you.
I think Ma had used all the water.
In a 5-story hotel.
Yeah. Just pop this into it. I'll put it in Discord and open it from there. Un momento, darling.
That's too funny. Agnes said she's out there looking for men. Don't tell my boyfriend now. Hey, hang on a second. Let me get my phone. Ring, ring, ring. Hi, is this Mr. Lamb? I think your girlfriend's running on the YouTube streets, looking for boyfriends.
Oh no.
Oh, you already knew? Oh, Kaz told you. Oh, okay, my bad. Have a good night, Mr. Lamb.
She wouldn't do a thing like that. All right, now we're cooking the gas.
Yeah, we'll just give you guys Stacy's. Now I'm gonna do like Doug does when he does that mimic of what's his name? The interview room.
Chris Madonna.
Yeah, when he does I'm Hawaii-ish.
Alright, let me go down to the good stuff.
I'm not bad, Agnes. I am I'm a mess. I'm only kidding.
Alright. So
I gotta use the girls' room. Be right back.
Okay. He's done some insufficient, felonies on bad checks. Big deal. But what he did in Oregon, and this is what Sarah also has had an outstanding warrant too in Oregon, was unlawful possession of a firearm. And that is what he's currently in jail for. Theft in the first degree, negotiating bad checks.
Kaz, what was that date with the firearm that he got arrested?
Okay. Go back up. The offence date was April 13th, 2022. And the charges filed date was May 6th, 2022.
And what city was that? What state?
It's in Payout County.
Idaho.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the offence is in Oregon state fugitive.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So he did the crime in a different state and they arrested him in Idaho.
Yeah.
So that was because maybe this is the time when the Michael Vaughan stuff was coming in. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I greatly appreciate that. She says, you girls are great. I enjoy being here with friendly people and how you make us laugh from the time to time during these difficult cases. Yes, yes. People get so mad when I laugh at them. Like my nervous tick is a laugh.
And I'm just absolutely whacked. It's done negotiating bad checks, theft in the second degree, attempt to commit an unclassed felony, theft in the first degree, negotiating bad checks, and that's it. But that's bad enough. And these are the companies that he actually owns, which is ironic.
Kaz, look at these. I think this chat bot is telling us that we all need to get a little hoochie coochie between the sheets or something.
Back in the legs. If you don't so, please consider liking the video and subscribing.
Yeah,
he's got a
taxi
service. Yeah, he's got a taxi service called Faith Taxi, and this cracked Mar up. He has a company called Wanderers Lube.
The Wonder Lube.
The Wanderers Lube. Limited liability company.
I don't even want to know what Wondrous Lube is.
Oh my godfather.
Maybe I'm going to have to look real quick. What is Wondrous Lube?
No, Wanderers, as is his
Wonder Lube.
Wondrous Lube.
Wondrous Lube?
His surname with lube.
Okay.
And put your mind back out of the gutter. Pull your mind
Let me
out of the
see
gutter.
something. Gosh, what is this? Well, you know what's funny is that there's a lot of
What?
Well, there's so many. So wait, spell the name for me. WONDERAS.
WONDRA''S.
That's what I've got.
Lube.
Yep.
Limited liability company. Please don't tell me it's something terrible.
Okay, let me show you what I found when I put in, and then you can tell. I probably didn't even spell the name right.
You've probably gone to some bad girl site, have you?
Okay, right? Here's the name. Wonders Lube, right?
No, it's not spelled right though. There's a DRA. WONDRA.
Wait, what was the beginning?
WONDRA.
I'm dyslexic, guys.
Yes, I know you are. That's why I was saying it twice for you.
All right, let's see. Auto repair, Wondrous Lube. Here's a Wondrous Lube news Zoom info limited liability. Okay,
Yeah,
but okay, where?
That's
What
the one.
state? Yeah, but what state is it in? Is this state in? Is it in Idaho?
It's actually Oregon, Ontario, Oregon. It's incorporated in Oregon. I'm gonna see. It's hard when you've got a company name like that. That's the one. Yep, that's it.
And there's the address. What? It's on Wedwing.
It's on Wedwing. It's on Wedwing. That's the one.
Okay, so this is definitely it. So what kind of lube is this?
Is it oil free? Okay, stop it.
Bonnie's a clip. What is this? Let me see something. Let's go
You're
back
in
and
timeout,
see now.
woman. Jess, put me in timeout, quick.
There's a social media. I can't figure out what it is though. No, we don't want that.
Second base. Oh my god.
I mean, it might be something in the automotive thing because Wondrous Lube Auto Repair Shop, Ontario, see?
Yeah. Wondrous Lube, LLC.
Our mission is to provide solid service that people can trust, affordable price. Takes great interest in our community service as well as hearts of others. Oh, yeah, sure you do. Yeah, I think it's an oil lube. Okay. But there was sex lube called Wondra. That's when I spelled it wrong, so that's a good thing that oh shit. I don't think they are people that have hearts though, especially if there's a monkey in their buried in their backyard. All right, do you want to pull up the case that I was talking about that you know about that we spoke?
Yes, let me just close this window. Okay.
This one was the one that I spoke earlier when I said that I prayed this was solved before I died.
And you've got a long way to go, so if it hasn't, I'd be very upset.
And this was such a heinous, sick crime.
Just mute myself a minute.
Are you pulling it up or you want me to pull it up? I'll pull it up.
No, I'm doing it. I've got it.
Oh, okay.
Hold on to your panties, woman.
You know what? I think I'm going to start an OnlyFans page and I'm going to use pictures of Kaz that I found back on this page called Backpage and the old Australian Craigslist ads. Oh, I got some juicy pictures. Like one picture, she has a mohawk and she's got this like pink thong bikini on with like these silver and pink fishnet. And she's bending like over kind of, but her, just a butt showing, no top and like her arms covering the boobs. And she's got a unicorn tattooed on her ass.
Oh my God, Father. You give all my secrets away. Cut it out.
Kaz, do you have a unicorn tattooed on your ass cheek?
I plead the fifth.
Kaz, do you have a unicorn Oh, she's going to show us.
Like heck. I do.
I know you do. Because I got a picture of what I just explained.
What? No, you can't. You can't have a picture of my tattoo.
Oh, I found it. You're going to be amazed of what I found.
That's my violin playing for you.
Oh, yeah.
I have that link. Are you sure it's the right link, my dear?
You don't have the link?
I've loaded this link.
Where is it?
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, she does. I told you. Read what Agnes said.
What she said? What if the last name was Butts or Cox?
And then?
Oh, that's okay. I can take it. I'd be the butt of the joke.
She's got a pink mohawk. It's actually a really sexy picture. It's about, I think it's 30 years old, maybe 25. I'll show you guys in the next. I'll put it in the members chat.
Oh God.
Hey, I love Jennifer's eyebrows. Hey, Jennifer.
I kind of find it.
I think you're having problems.
Yeah, well, I've only got one eye.
I've got it.
Is this the 22-minute one?
Yes. But put it on 1.25, please.
Okay. Oh, look, there's my boyfriend.
Yeah. This was just such... I always wonder, though, if this is connected somehow to the other murders of the other two. But you'll see what I mean when she pulls it up.
Let me just get back to here. Go back. All right, here we go.
Oh, Jess, you have no idea.
What'd she say?
Aw, shit.
Oh, Mike, you've got to stop sharing all my good stuff. I mean,
Aw,
really?
shit.
Do you have to? I've got to have, some little bit of fun stuff that nobody knows about.
Before you start, babe, we are going to go in. Hey, Patty, on the last update, which was very recent on the Delphi murders. Because even though we do not follow it, I do put out videos, I do talk about it, but now that we have supposed bridge guy, I am definitely going to be talking about this till the end of the trial.
Yeah, Patty, you tell Ma it's the popcorn kettle black. Yeah, you tell her. All right, tell me if you can hear it.
You know what? I'm going to go out to my car. Next live, I'm going to show you guys my mugshot from when I spent that 7 days in jail and 15 months on probation because my husband was like, just take it. I really wanted to go to court, but he's like, just take it. So,
All right. Tell me if you can hear it, okay?
I will, but just after that, make sure you full screen it, babe.
The days turn to weeks, weeks into months, months to years.
Yes.
No answers.
Now, the moment their families and this community have been waiting for.
And an arrest has been made.
From a sketch in every corner of town.
I
now,
love Doug Carter. Okay, I'm miking down. This is your deal, Kaz. You pause when you want to and talk when you want to.
Killing Abby and Lily.
Yeah.
A man police say has walked among them all these years.
Lived here and was in a community and ran
In the
around
rain.
like there was nothing going on, And it's kind of a slap in the face.
That's why we said never stop searching anywhere. He could be living right amongst us, hiding in plain sight. And that's what I want to make sure that we have everything we possibly need and more. I don't want to leave any stone unturned.
The arrest, the news these families have prayed for. Now it's on to the next step.
We now move forward through the Indiana criminal justice system, allowing the system to provide its due
Kaz, you gotta
diligence
talk over it a little bit or pause it once in a
Yeah,
while.
I know.
so we
I
don't
was
get
going
it.
to. I have to bring it down off full.
Abby and Libby.
You need to full screen it and move that damn mouse.
It's somewhat bittersweet, knowing that.
What I was going to say, I can't do full screen and pause it at the same time, woman.
Whoa. Oh, okay. Okay.
What I was going to say, maybe I got it too big. Let me have a look. What size? Oh, I've got it on 200.
Why don't you just bring it down to 100? Yeah.
I am.
Okay.
Already ahead of you. What I was going to say is, if it is factual that they are saying that Alan is not the only guilty party, who in chat has any idea who they think may be the additional guilty parties? What's your thought?
Somebody in chat did say earlier. They said, "If I thought, are you still in chat?" They came in earlier and they said that mentioning the Delphi in the title or inside, and they said that, do you think that it started with an A? Andy, what was the name? Could be the person that they are thinking about, but I'm gonna go look on Twitter while you play this.
While it allows us to move to the next turn or the next chapter, we still got a big mountain ahead of us, and we're going to stay after it. We haven't ever given up, and you guys haven't given up on us. We're going to keep pushing all the way.
Abby and Libby, though in death, have had a profound effect on so many of us, on how we live, and as importantly, who we all should be.
Thanks for joining us for our special on the Delphi murder arrests. Over the next 30 minutes now, we're going to be sharing an in-depth interview about the case with Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter.
We'll also hear from the girls' families about the arrest and why they feel this isn't the end, but the beginning of justice for these girls.
I love
But first,
Doug Carter.
How we got to this point.
Oh, really?
It all started on February 13th,
In like a father
2017,
way. I
when
think
two
he's a
young
great
girls went
man.
out for a walk and never came home. The next day, Valentine's Day, a grim discovery. The girls' bodies discovered in a wooded area near the bridge where they had gone the day before for a simple afternoon hike.
It was on the 15th that police revealed
Very
evidence
strange
captured
place
on one
to
of the
go
girls'
for a hike,
phones,
though, for
showing
two
their
girls,
suspected killer,
really.
the man in the blue jacket. 3 days
I
later,
always thought
Abby and
that.
Libby were laid to rest.
Why
A
would two
community
girls
in
go
mourning
for a hike
and
on the
a community in
railway
fear.
bridge?
February 22nd is when
Okay,
we heard their
Kaz, I
alleged
love you,
killer's
but
voice for the
please
first
pause
time.
it when you talk because I haven't heard this.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay,
I said
babe.
I always thought it was extremely unusual for two girls of that age to go for a hike on a railway bridge. I always found that extremely bewildering.
See, and I didn't, because when I was a kid, we used to go and do stuff like that.
But I was a tomboy, Ma. I mean, I used to get under cars with my dad. I used to wear overalls. But to go for a hike, if it was with a group of mixed, like guys and girls, and we used to go into the woods, that was different. But just two girls going out, especially when they were more girly rather than tomboyish, I just found it very unusual. That's all.
Well, Libby was tomboyish. I you know what? I think they went there a lot, though. There's a lot of people out there. I think in a small community like that, the last thing you're going to think is that your two kids are going to be murdered by this monster.
True.
All right, I'm miking down.
With the infamous Down the Hill recording. It wasn't until July that we got our first look at their alleged killer when this sketch was released. His image everywhere you looked in the small town of Delphi and beyond.
Killer caught on camera, two teenage girls found dead.
That September, the girls' families took their plea for answers national by appearing on Dr. Phil. Still nothing. as the case seemed to grow cold.
Fast forward to April 22nd of 2019. That's when Indiana State Police released this updated sketch of Abby and Libby's alleged killer, a far different look from the original sketch. Investigators also released additional audio of the suspected killer.
Nearly another year passes with no new leads until December of 2021. That's when police announced a possible break, a fake social media account that communicated
Kaz,
with Libby
pause 1 sec,
shortly.
please. You know what I always thought? Like, it always confused me, the sketches, when I first saw the first one to the second. But then the only difference I know is that the original looks a lot like him, but then you've got the eyes of the second one and the longer, the face shape, that, like, if you combine them with the eyes closer, I mean, it's a picture of him. Because the eyes are much closer in the second sketch.
421. Let me just go back.
Yeah, the eyes get much closer in that sketch.
Yeah.
Compared to the first one. Interesting. Okay.
A fake social media account that communicated with Libby shortly before her death. Investigators did track down that man, and he denied any involvement and has never been charged in the case.
That all leads us to October 26th, the day police arrested 50-year-old Richard Allen. He was formally charged 2 days later with murder in the girls' deaths.
And on October 31st, the news the family and community have been waiting for nearly 6 years. An official announcement of the arrest in the murders and new hope for justice for Abby and Libby.
Now to the new drug that could change the way we...
Our senior investigative reporter, Bob Siegel, sat down with Doug Carter, and they talked about the scale of this investigation, the evidence that's still secret from the public, and the unexpected reaction following this arrest.
Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M.
I find it very difficult to watch this press conference with this man doing it because it makes me nauseous with him sniffing his mucus. I'm sorry.
Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder.
I know.
Issue a major step
He's
in leading to the conclusion
emotional.
of this long-term and complex
I love him.
Announcing an arrest in one of the most notorious murder cases in state history, that job belonged to Doug Carter, superintendent of Indiana State Police. After years of working with investigators, Carter told me he had dreamed this announcement would come, but the arrest of Richard Allen was not exactly how Carter had imagined it.
What went through your mind when you learned that he was in custody?
Empty. I felt pretty empty. It wasn't what I anticipated it to be, Bob. It was a bit overwhelming, quite frankly, at least initially. And it caused me to really go back in time and try to understand the magnitude of what's just happened.
When you spoke to Abby and Libby's families, how did they respond?
They didn't really know what to say. And it was that feeling of, after all of these years, we heard what we wanted to hear. Now what? How are we supposed to feel? I think they were pleased because remember, we don't tell the family much more than the rest of the world knows. We can't. So they have the same questions that everyone else has.
There are lots of questions because the Carroll County prosecutor filed a request at the courthouse to keep records in the murder case sealed. That includes the probable cause affidavit, a document that would help explain why police believe Richard Allen committed the murders of 2 teenagers. And that document...
I'd love to get a hold of that sealed document.
Oh, Jennifer, welcome.
Oh, welcome to the family, Jennifer.
Can you email us, Jennifer?
And I'll send you details of how to, I think we're already in the lobby, actually.
Yeah, she'll send you a welcome. Well, we'll send you a welcome card.
What mine means is Kaz will send you the welcome.
Oh, Kaz. But we are starting this week with the member drawing, mod drawing, and this Sunday is the book club. Hopefully everybody that wants to be in the book club and chat and listen to the book, then we really want you guys. We're trying to get a little bit of a group because the last time only Kaz and I showed up.
It was a lonely club.
So we
All right.
canceled it. Okay,
Yeah.
Jen.
Document is almost always made public once a defendant is arrested.
Why is information in this case, why is the probable cause affidavit not released right now?
Once the prosecutor made the decision to do that and the judge signed that document, it took it completely out of our hands. I believe in the probable cause. I've read it multiple times. I believe in that probable cause, and I believe in its outcome. So I think in some semblance of a short period of time, will be up to the judge, of course, up to the courts. They will release that probable cause affidavit. I understand the question, and that answer will come in due time.
Was there a request by Indiana State Police to keep it sealed?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Do you support keeping it sealed, or do you believe that it should be released?
I think it should be released, but I also think there's value in a period of time to keep it sealed. Again, in time, the strategy will be clear.
13 News asked the state police superintendent if he believes anyone else participated in the murders and if another arrest in the case might be coming.
Do you anticipate there could be other arrests in this
There
case?
always could be other arrests with any case. Depends upon what we learn.
He did not directly answer either of those questions, and he also chose his words very carefully when I asked about this video on the Monon High Bridge. Police say Libby German secretly took the video on her cell phone on the day of the murders, and the video also captured a man's voice. Indiana State Police said this man was a person of interest, a prime suspect in the murders of Abby and Libby.
Is Richard Allen the man who was captured in that video?
That answer will be known sometime in the near future.
While Carter won't talk right now about the evidence, he is very confident that police have identified the killer. He has not spoken directly to Richard Allen since his arrest,
Exactly,
but he did
Lilac.
speak to him indirectly at a press conference nearly 6 years ago,
I
just days
loved
after
the-
police found the victims' bodies in these
gave me
woods.
chills.
Somebody knows. And if
This.
you're watching,
Kaz, pause,
we'll
please.
find you.
Yep, sure.
You know, I never did. I wonder if anybody ever went back into the press conferences to see if they could have seen him there. I bet he went there. But this statement, I bet he was there. But this statement right here is the one that, to where I just absolutely fell in love with him as a human being.
Ready?
Did you find that person?
We did. We did.
Still ahead, the conversation continues with State Police Superintendent Doug Carter, including how many investigators it took to crack this case.
I've never seen anything like this in my entire career.
And the important detour he took on his way to announce an arrest in the Delphi murders. We'll tell you where he went.
This Furbo, it is actually
Welcome back to our 13 News special on the Delphi murders arrest.
Before that, we heard from Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter on the reaction to this arrest and why so much information is still sealed from public view.
Our Bob Siegel now with more on the unprecedented scope of this nearly 6-year investigation and also the surprising stop that Carter made the morning of that news conference.
In the nearly 2,100 days since 2 teenagers were found murdered in Delphi, the case has attracted investigators and detectives from local, state, and federal agencies who all have tried to solve the same question: who killed Abby and Libby?
Do you have an idea how many individuals, how many investigators have participated in this case and in an attempt to lead to an arrest?
Hundreds over time.
Are you aware of any other cases that have had that many individuals participate from an investigative standpoint?
Bob, I'm in a year and a half or so, I'll finish my 40th year. I've never seen anything like this in my entire career. I think one of the reasons is because it's captured the attention of the world, because it's Everytown USA. It's Everytown USA. It's your daughter and it's mine. It's her friend and it's my daughter's friend. I think that's one of the reasons that it's captured the attention of really the globe.
But there are other unsolved homicides in Indiana, in small towns very similar to Delphi. Some involving children even younger than Abby and Libby, cases that have received far less attention than this one. Following an arrest in Delphi, Carter said those cases are also very much on his mind, and he mentioned one in particular.
I want to talk about Flora.
He's talking about a deadly house fire in the town of Flora, just 10 miles from the murder scene in Delphi. The fire happened 6 years ago inside this house, trapping 4 young sisters who all died. Investigators say the fire was arson.
Horrible.
The deaths are homicides. On the day of this press conference to announce an arrest in the Delphi murder case, Doug Carter says this is where he came first, to visit this crime scene, which is also still under investigation by Indiana State Police.
I sat across the street in that gravel lot and looked at that house that has the same exact remnants of a fire that we saw now almost 6 years ago this month. Boarded windows and black soot on the outside. And it just broke my heart that it was still there because I hadn't seen it in some time. The investigations are very different, but the tragic outcome is the same when there's loss of life. And I hope that one day we can do the same thing, but we have to hear from people. And I hope that one day we will.
State police say they have not gotten many tips on who set the fire that killed these girls, but tips continue to pour in on Delphi. Tens of thousands of tips before the arrest, hundreds more after, during an investigation that Carter says is still ongoing after more than 5.5 years.
Did you think it would take this long to get an arrest?
That's a tough question to answer. This has ebbed and flowed for me. I was confident we would get an arrest, and I had hoped that it would be in a reasonable amount of time. But that reasonable amount of time grew to be longer than I thought.
Have you ever had doubts and worries that there would not be an arrest in this case?
I did, but I fought it. It's haunted me. Yes, I have. And then I'd pick up the phone and I'd call one of those detectives and say, hey, it's me. How you doing today? And I'd hang up that phone and I'd think, oh man, they don't feel that way. So I would be at peace again.
Are you at peace right now?
Yes. I see the culmination of extraordinary effort and hurt and pain in the community that will begin now, hopefully, to heal. But again, we're not done. We're not done. We're not going to leave that community until this is over.
Carter says he believes.
What a way to end your career. Well, just about end your career anyway.
Believes more information about the actual murders, including evidence that led to Richard Allen's arrest, will be publicly released within just a matter of weeks.
He says it will be both helpful and very painful because it's going to force the families and also the Delphi community to revisit the pain and trauma that they've experienced that will never go away.
We haven't ever given up, and you guys haven't given up on us, and we're going to keep pushing all the way.
We'll hear from the families of Abby and Libby, who've always held on to hope their killer will be caught.
They donated.
Does anyone in chat remember in the beginning the comment about somebody that was named that could be involved? It wasn't Keegan Klein. It was not his father.
It should be able to have a look at the chat.
Yeah, let me look up. I'll look up. I'll find it before this video is done. I also have a quick video of the monster going to the courthouse and him walking in, close-ups. Ugh, gosh. Love to poke him in the eye with a pencil.
For Abby and Libby's families, the arrest marks the painful chapter and now the beginning of a new one as they wait for justice.
Our Emily Longnecker now with how they've worked to keep Abby and Libby's memories alive.
It's something they've lived with every day for almost 6 years. Along the way, the families of Abby and Libby sharing with us what it was like to wake up every day knowing the person responsible for the girls' murders was still out there.
They never gave up hope or stopped praying, telling themselves with every day that passed.
We still keep positive that today could be the day.
Today's the day.
That's the phrase the families of Libby German and Abby Williams said to themselves every day for almost 6 years, believing that one day they'd be saying it after investigators arrested a person responsible for the murder of Abby and Libby. That day finally came when police called them to say they had a person
No,
in
not
custody.
Ron
That's why we
Logan.
said never stop searching anywhere, because we didn't know where he was.
Libby's grandparents Mike and Becky Patty spoke Monday following a news conference where Indiana State Police announced they had arrested Richard Allen, a longtime Delphi resident who worked at the local CVS, charging him with the girls' murders.
I don't know the gentleman personally at all.
Turns out, though, the Patties did have contact with Allen, confirming that at some point since the murders, he had processed photos for them at CVS, but didn't charge them.
That is accurate.
Okay, and that
What a
he didn't
monster.
charge the family when they came in to claim the photos?
That is correct.
The interaction between these grandparents and the man now accused of killing their granddaughter and her friend Abby. Confirmation about what investigators and even the families have believed at times over the years. The killer was hiding in plain sight.
I feel very strongly that there's.
Can you imagine the him handing those photographs to them from that? That'd be horrendous.
a very good chance that it was somebody from the area that knew this area at one time.
That's Abby's mom, Anna Williams, speaking to 13 News 4 years after the girls' murders. Williams chose not to talk after police announced the recent arrest of Allen, but she's spoken several times in the past about the loss of her only child.
My heart's still breaking.
That's Williams just 6 months after the girls' deaths. Back then, holding on to the hope that an arrest would come at any time.
I'd like to be able to have a little bit of happiness come Christmas time this year, knowing that nobody else is ever going to have to go through what we went through.
I found the
and
comment.
that this person isn't still out there.
But Christmas that first year came and went with no breaks in the case. What followed were days, weeks, and then years of what should have been other milestones in Abby and Libby's lives. Learning to
I'm gonna
drive,
go
going to
searching.
the prom, graduating high school. All moments never realized.
As tough as their first day of school, everybody is feeling what we're feeling as a group.
Social media, the posts, the kids going to prom, or the various things that kids do, and you get their license and they post pictures of it. Well, we didn't get to enjoy that, and Libby didn't get to partake and have that.
And let's
Instead,
not
every year
forget
around the time of the
how much Libby looks like Richard Allen, resembles Richard Allen's daughter, like as far as body structure, hair length, things like that. And so from what people have said, the rumors is that he supposedly spent more time with her, and that is absolutely disgusting. I wonder if he did anything cruel to his own child.
Mm. I'm hurting big time here, kids.
The girls' deaths, the families held a food drive. They also built a park in Abby and Libby's memory.
I think of Libby's laugh every morning, and I imagine all of the really great things that she would be doing right now.
Libby's older sister, Kelsey, was the one who dropped the girls off at the trail that day and was the last person to see Abby and Libby alive.
That's something I live with every day.
Kelsey has spoken several times over the years about the loss of her little sister.
You have a lot of regret in that, and that is also part of the reason why I keep pushing so hard.
For Kelsey, that push included studying forensics and psychology at Purdue.
I have a mission now. That mission is to get this case solved.
But even as 5 years passed with still no answers, the families of Abby and Libby continued to push forward, getting up every day, knowing the person responsible for the murders was still out there, continuing to share the girls' stories and their journey through the grief of losing them, hoping at some point someone would call in the one tip that would help solve the case.
We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to keep doing what we're doing, but we have to. We have to keep looking for justice and finding justice, and we're just going to keep pushing forward and doing this every year that we have to.
Finally, last week, it seemed like the first step towards finding that justice for Abby and Libby had arrived. Their families had a face and a name, Richard M. Allen, to put with the nightmares that have kept them up at night for the past 5.5 years.
I don't feel like I thought I would. I've always said that I would be screaming on the rooftops, but we're not. It's sad. While there's somebody that's been arrested, our lives for 5.5 years have been in a search, and that's what we've done. Tonight, you get up and it's like, oh, we're not doing that anymore. So we're all just kind of feeling our way and figuring out what our purpose is now. What do we do next? How do we help?
The answers to those questions will likely be answered in the coming days and months.
This is another chapter in this whole story that in our lives.
A chapter that's still being written to a story that started on a cold February day when the families of Abby Williams and Libby German learned monsters aren't just the stuff of make-believe. Sometimes they might look like the person walking towards you on a bridge in the woods.
Now that we have an arrest, what's next? The key dates ahead in this case, and the plea still very much open to the public.
Now that Richard Allen is in custody, what's next? He has pleaded not guilty to murder charges, and he awaits trial in a state facility because there have been concerns for his safety.
We also know this
Not
case is going to be
guilty.
handled by an Allen County judge. The judge in Carroll County recused himself on November 3rd. Allen has a hearing coming up on January 13th. That's just 1 month short of the 6-year mark since these two girls disappeared. Right now, his trial is set for March 20th.
As you've heard, investigators have made it very clear this is not over yet. In fact, right now, they're still seeking any and all tips in the case. So if you know anything, the tip line is right there on your screen.
Thanks so much for joining us. As always, you can stay constantly updated on this case by heading to WTHR.com/Delphi.
We also have extended coverage on WTHR Plus. Thanks for watching. Good night.
You're going to have to take over, sweater. I need to.
All right. Patty Chisme, where are you still here? Patty, is that the correct spelling? Pilates or Pettis? Go walk around, Kaz. Okay. Here's Mr. Monster leaving the courthouse.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to drop you a link, Chisme. Mm-mm. Let's see his demeanor. I haven't seen this yet. If he's trying to hide. I heard he was sitting. Oh, here he comes. Look at how short he is. I want to see his feet. I know he's got little feet. No, Lila. It's on the screen. Cody Pilates. What a monster. I'm surprised somebody didn't try to shoot him. I would have tried to shoot him with a BB gun. Hang on, Patty. You might be wrong. I see Delphi Murders. Oh, not Cody Pilates? Cody Pettis? Bye-bye. Damn. Catch up, boy. Hey, Chisme. Cody Patty? I don't think he had anything to do with anything. Let me see something. I'm going to look on Twitter real quick. Hey, Cupcake.
Yeah, someone just knocked on the door. I need to go check it. One moment.
All right.
Oh, that's late to be knocking on the door.
False alarm.
Oh shit!
What?
What happened?
Look at this. A message from Richard Allen's attorney. Oh.
What do you think about
Can
the
you turn up a bit?
saying that believe that he's
I
not
just
the only
that's
one
as
involved?
loud as I can get at 100 across the board.
Caught my ear. But again, it's too early to comment on those kind of things just because we don't really have enough information. And I don't think that's professionally prudent to just start, throwing thoughts around without really having the discovery in its entirety.
Does the PC document reflect?
That's what we were just dealing with.
Would you just say your name for the record, please? It's on here.
I feel like I'm in a courtroom.
Sorry,
My
just
name is
for
Brad Rosie. It's pronounced R. It's
Oh.
pronounced Rosie, not Rosie.
Hello, hello.
But there are Rosies around too.
We appreciate it.
I'm gonna have her check. Thank you. Thank you.
He said it was flimsy.
What the charges?
But this one
Oh, he.
Huh? Oh.
Patty and Pink says he got out of jail the day before the murders.
Brad said at the end of the
I
hearing.
wonder what he was in jail for.
Prosecutor
Find out.
these for past years have been conducting teleconferences and asking the public for help. Now we're asking for the public for help. You're going to read that probable cause affidavit online or wherever they get it, and hopefully that's going to ring a bell for somebody to help us out because he is innocent. He has told us that very emotionally. He has thanked us for our help. And we are anxious for the public to read this. We're anxious for this thing to get going. And we'll see. And when you guys read the proceeding that the judge grants our motion, you will have to question, is this what happened after 5 years of an investigation? Is this what it is? We don't have any other evidence. We don't have any discovery. That's all we have. And we are not impressed.
When you say this would help you get it out, how would that?
Well, you never know what person out there might read.
Oh, he's
something
not
that might
impressed.
ah,
shit.
In the direction of the actual killer. This whole business of the two people being involved, the conjecture from the prosecutor today was new information for us. I've been on this case, folks, for about 6 days, so I don't know a whole lot. We have not seen the evidence, and another person involved. I mean, that's new news. So
That's not reflected in the PCA?
Not the PCA that I read.
Ooh.
What is the information about the potential involvement of these minors in this case?
I have no information.
Why do you think it's important for the public to see this probable cause affidavit?
Again, I think it's important because somebody might read something, a line about, maybe about a vehicle or about a person or about a time frame, and it might ring a bell, something that they hadn't thought of before. And when they read that, then, they can contact us as his lawyers. We're getting lots of information from lots of people across the country, especially locally. We don't know what his hoax is. We don't know what's true. We don't know if it's a podcaster's, opportunity to get in the limelight. We don't know what's real.
Oh shit, he's talking about us, Kaz.
Person that contacts us, we're going to contact them, everybody, and we're going to figure out if what they know is helpful.
What, if anything, has your client Richard Allen said this has impacted him and or his family?
Obviously, this has impacted Richard and his family tremendously. I mean, his wife is just a wonderful person, and she loves her husband. They've been married for over 30 years. They were basically high school sweethearts. They love each other, and she fully supports him, but it is devastating.
Wow.
She doesn't want to leave her house. She did leave her house.
How do you support someone like that?
Is in a little bit better place than she was a month ago, but this is all new to them.
Can you say anything about why investigators are focused on your client?
You guys will read the probable cause affidavit, and you may wonder why they are focused on our client.
We haven't asked you the fundamental question, and that is, your client's the wrong guy?
Our client's the wrong guy.
What's the main point that you hope the judge takes away from your argument today?
And we have no know is helpful.
What, if anything, has your client Richard Allen said this has impacted him and or his family?
Obviously, this has impacted Richard and his family tremendously. I mean, his wife is just a wonderful person, and she loves her husband. They've been married for over 30 years. They were basically high school sweethearts. They love each other, and she fully supports him, but it is devastating. She's scared. She doesn't want to leave her house. She did leave her house. She thankfully is in a little bit better place than she was a month ago. But this is all new to them.
Can you say anything about why investigators are focused on your client?
You guys will read the probable cause affidavit, and you may wonder why they are focused on our client.
We haven't asked you the fundamental question. And that is, your client's the wrong guy?
Our client's the wrong guy.
What's the main point that you hope the judge takes away from your argument today?
And we have nothing to hide, and transparency is important in government. It may be weird for defense lawyers, I suppose, to be arguing that we want things unsealed, but that's how confident we are in our client. That's how confident we are that the evidence contained in at least what's written in the probable cause affidavit is nothing for us to worry about. We don't know what other evidence is out there, but we're confident that whatever is out there is not going to be enough.
Oh.
He's confused. He's bewildered. Rick,
Interesting.
you guys all call him Richard. He actually goes by Rick. Rick is bewildered, is confused. He has no idea why this is going on. How can an innocent man be accused of a crime like this and have their life up?
Wait, isn't the nickname for Richard the DI blank K word?
Yeah.
Be charged, accused, and
Yeah,
basically
that's what he is. So you can say that, right? And it wouldn't be a cuss word.
No.
Well,
no,
then he's a dick.
Should Judge Franville keep these documents sealed?
You get Dick, you get Richard.
It's like my co-counsel Brad Rosie said.
You get Bill.
Conduct a suppression issue in public.
It's all different ones.
Talking about the facts, tiptoeing around the facts is going to be impossible. That's another really terrific reason why these documents need to be unsealed.
In America, you don't have to prove that somebody's the wrong guy. They have to prove he's the right guy. Could you just elaborate on why you say he's the wrong guy?
Well, again, I'm early on in this case. I've looked my client in the eye, and he's looked me in the eye, and he's told me what he's told me. I'm innocent. Thank you for helping me out. And the evidence looks like the PCA, probable cause affidavit. We are not impressed.
Can you tell us more about what the prosecutor said regarding a second person who might be involved?
Well, that was news to us. So whoever was in that room,
He's innocent.
I got to tell you, I don't know a whole lot about this case. I'm learning. There's people that have podcasts and all kinds of stuff that know, seemingly think that they know more about this case. And certainly, I'm glad that I'm coming into this case without a whole lot of knowledge about anything. I don't have any preconceived notions. I don't like to look at evidence with some preconceived notion of what it might mean. I don't know what anything means, but this second person business, that there's another person involved. I think somebody had heard something on a podcast. Somebody had told me that there's a podcast or a news article that says something about that. There's somebody, you mentioned the name of somebody, I don't know who. Keegan Kline. I mean, you may think I'm, an attorney. How do I not know who Keegan Kline is? I've heard the name, but I don't know who Keegan Kline is. I don't know if that might be the guy that did. I don't know. I don't know anything about anything other than, I got a guy here who says he's innocent. All right. And but I would say a very flimsy probable cause affidavit. Those are the two things that I do know.
Do you think they don't want the probable cause released because it's, in your words, flimsy?
I'm not sure why they didn't want the probable cause affidavit. I mean, he made his arguments, I guess, and I'll take him for his word that, the prosecutor's trying to protect people, and I respect that. The second person that is continuing to go on, again, that is something new. So I'll take the prosecutor at his word. Those are the reasons why. When I say flimsy, what I'm talking about, I'm a defense attorney that's handled, I don't know how many murder cases over the years. I've got many pending right now. You expect more than what we saw. We're not impressed with it. Maybe they're holding things back that might change my mind later on, and I might have a different opinion. But at this moment in time, you guys are going to be reading it soon if the judge grants our request or denies the state's request, and then you'll form your own opinions as well. Andrew J. Baldwin, B-A-L-D-W-I-N.
Hi, Alphabet.
Baldwin, Perry, and
Hi, Lynn. Dick is Richard Allen. I mean, that's what they call. That's the nickname for Richard.
It is.
Right?
It sure is.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The only other thing that they're talking about are the motion that he
To have the
filed.
yeah.
Yeah.
About having the The documents unsealed.
I wonder who the other person. I don't. I mean, I can't. I have to really pray that Cody wasn't involved.
Well, I've just looked up Cody Patty, and I've looked at some of the posts regarding this Cody Patty.
Yeah.
And it says some of these have been it's been cleared. So they're not looking at this person now. So
So now they're not looking for anyone else?
oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
Oh. So now we wait and see what
Because
happens in
Cody
Delphi.
Patty is actually Uncle Cody.
I know.
The girl's uncle? One of the
Mm.
girls' uncle?
Mhm.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, Libby's
uncle.
Yep. That's just the one case that I am just happy that they're getting close to some type of closure. Hi, Lynn. Yes, they are. I mean, he was law enforcement too. I mean, he could have definitely have got Libby and Abby under wraps with a gun. I mean, we just don't know. Okay. Here we go into the Idaho 4 podcast. You better get up and stretch, Kazaboo.
Yeah, I was just going to say I've got Mel arriving in the next 7 minutes, so I'm going to have to love you and leave you, darling. But she's
All
bringing
right.
me a car.
Aw.
So,
All right. We love you.
yeah.
Enjoy
So,
your company.
yeah, because I'm off tomorrow. I'm house sitting and dog sitting, so I'll be off the grid tomorrow. So,
all right.
I will talk to you on Friday or your Thursday.
All right, babe.
Good night, everybody. Love to all.
Good
And I'll
night.
catch you on the flip side. Mwah.
Good night.
Bye, Z.
Sure,
Ciao,
leave me
darling.
alone with Chisme.
Hey,
She'll keep you under control. Bye.
I'm scared.
No, you're not.
Thanks,
Bye.
Cat Eyes. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I still can't believe that they have not found a suspect in the Idaho 4 yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's horrible. One of the seasoned detectives on another channel said that she's never ever seen the blood, how, drain or whatever, leak onto the outside of the house.
Yeah, I also heard someone else, I forget who it was, some type of crime investigator or something that said that it was something that it wasn't blood. I don't know. Someone was trying to say it wasn't blood, it was something else, but I do not know. But this podcast, I have not heard it, but it's from Body Bags with Joseph Scott, and I heard it was excellent.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of long. So let's see how it goes and if we want to continue or see, but I hear it's an amazing podcast.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if you can hear it. Let's start.
From now until Friday, November 26th.
Can you hear it?
From now until Friday, November 26th, Macy's online Black Friday event is saving you big on the essentials and
You hear
gifts
it?
you've been waiting to snatch up all year. From appliances.
Chisme, can you hear it?
Yes, I can.
Well, you got to say yes, girl. Okay, here we go.
Hello,
Yes,
stand mixer and cookware to bedding and self-care staples. You'll find great prices for the picks you need in every
Yes,
room.
Jennifer.
Plus, shop specials on the latest clothing trends, designer
Exactly
handbags,
what
jewelry,
we're
and your
saying.
fave beauty brands. And ship away at your gift list with big savings on gifts like watches and wireless headphones. Don't forget super fun toys,
can't I
cozy
mute
winter gear,
this?
and more unique finds that the kids in your life will be excited to get. So check out Macy's.com before November 26th.
I
That's
love
Macy's.com.
Now listen, I spend a lot
I
of
just
time
ordered
online.
some
Like right
shoes.
after
They were
this,
on
I'll hop
sale.
online to upload this episode. I'm also pretty busy. Busy enough that buffering doesn't benefit my day. So when I'm trying to upload my episode and a tune in post at the same time, I need a pristine connection. I need AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure,
Jennifer
and the official
said-
5G wireless network of the NBA. I couldn't live without my basketball
Yes,
live
there
stream.
are
Compatible device or
alphabet.
5G required. 5G might not be available in your area. For coverage details, visit att.com/5G for you. Visit www.att.com/call
It's a wall that's got like
Hey
4.
guys, how's it going? It's Nikki
I don't
Glazer.
know.
In case you know more than one Nikki whose podcast you listen to. You guys have heard of Oatly, right? The oat milk company. Okay, so they sent me this ad that they want me to read, and it's really dumb. They want me to advertise their Thanksgiving
Is my phone
hotline that you call
crackling?
on your phone. So here goes, and this is
Wait,
just
what
a
are we
little insight into
listening
how
to?
dumb some.
The Vanished has even aided in getting long overdue arrests through their
full-on adulthood, but their lives ended at the hands.
Okay.
So check out Macy's.com.
Hang on, guys.
I don't know what to say. I really don't. I'm a college
I
professor.
do too, Lana. TBA.
When this happened, but I gotta say, what has occurred?
Here we go.
Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan.
Yes, Lilac. I heard this was great. I haven't heard
I
it
don't
yet.
use the word carnage with great frequency, but I gotta say, what has occurred up in Moscow, Idaho, is beyond belief. That you've got four college students that were at various stages in their college career. They were living life.
What happened?
They were achieving
A
those goals.
manager at a Walmart shop.
They
People
were
will
about
look
to
into
crest
that
that
later.
hill into full-on adulthood, but their lives ended
I'm gonna
at
mic
the
down
hands
Chisme and listen to this.
of what can only be described
too.
as a monster. Today, we're going to talk about
Thank you, Thank you,
quadruple
Jennifer.
homicide by sharp
Does
force
it
injury.
feel like a Friday night?
I'm Joseph Scott Morgan, and this
Aw, thank you.
is Body Bags.
It feels like hump day.
I'm so glad to have with me today my friend Jackie Howard. Jackie, I don't know what to say. I really don't. I'm a college professor. When this happened, when this event occurred, all I could do was think about my students. I've been having a hard time dealing with this as a professor all week long, thinking about my kids at my school. I'm thinking about my child right now. One of my children's in college, and I can only imagine the parents of these poor kids, what they're going through. Like my students right now, I'm away from class, and I felt as though that Jackie, you and I need to have a chat as soon as we possibly could.
I'll
about
find the alphabet.
Well, we both did
It's
indeed
in a
plan some
folder.
time off, but you're right. This was really important to address what is going on because there's so much to discuss. So before we even get inside and talk about the tremendous, horrendous scene that officers found, let's talk about the outside scene. And here's why I want to start there. There's been a lot of criticism of the police because when you look at the
I'm gonna
photos
pause
of
this
all the
1
police cars
second.
at the home.
Let me show this picture, and then we'll get back into this podcast. Yeah, this picture is pretty weird. And, it's gross. I'm just going to show a side view. Here's one. And then here's one. I mean, it looks like blood.
gotta be. And it's fresh.
And that's a pipe right there. I'm not sure if that's a gas line or a heat line, but it could be. Horrible.
If the person cut the carotid arteries, I can imagine.
Well,
it
there
to
had to have been like a gap in the wall somehow to where it would come out like that, because if it was like coming through the walls, I don't think it would be like in those drips. But then the
Yeah.
blood experts will be able to figure that out.
And they don't make homes like they used to.
Nope. But we don't know how old that home is. It's been, I know, I heard somebody that was in a sorority 10 years ago, and she said that house existed.
Oh, okay. Well, the older homes are sturdier, better material, I guess.
Lynn, I was just going to mention that I actually heard on Mob Monsters Under the Bed something about a dog being skinned, but I was working today, so I really didn't look at it, but that might throw me over the edge. But I did hear something about that. Okay, let's get back
Yeah, and he
into
was
this.
filleted.
Oh, shit. Okay, I can't
Sorry.
look at that. Okay.
Home. They are right up on the scene. The tape is not there yet, but there's cop
Be
cars
right back. Bathroom
everywhere.
break.
And I've learned from you that you have to cordon off the scene because you don't know what information that you're damaging, what evidence that you're damaging. But the fact of the matter is, Joe, that when these 4 individuals were found by a friend, at first the police didn't know what they were walking into because they were responding to a call for an unresponsive individual. So they had no idea that they were looking at a crime scene.
Yeah, and let's face it,
Look
this
how
is a
smart
small town.
everyone in chat is.
And
I
I
love
don't mean
that.
that in a disrespecting way. That's a great thing. I love small towns. I live in a small town. But when the college kids aren't there, there's a very tiny population there that occupies the space. And so an event like this, who would even anticipate that something like this would happen in this little town? Nobody would. It's a reminder that this kind of evil can be visited on anybody's doorstep, anywhere, at any time. And right now they're fully aware of it. When they rolled up, when the police rolled up, they thought that they were coming out to an individual that had been found unresponsive or unconscious. We're still not sure at this moment in time about the exact verbiage in this case, but we do know that when the police entered that residence, they found something that was just mind blowing.
It was a girl that was passed out in the driveway.
As a death investigator, it's one thing because you kind of know, have the uniform officers that are there and they're saying, okay, this is what we saw when we walked into the residence. So you're kind of prepared for it as an investigator. That's not who we're talking about. We're talking about the uniform response personnel. When they show up, they're the ones that are actually discovering these issues. They're the ones that are actually discovering what's going on. They don't know what they're walking into. And this would have been a chaotic environment, because they don't understand. And I can only imagine the traffic on the radio at that point in time. They're saying, oh no, we've got multiple people down at the scene. And so the area is going to be flooded with cars, responding vehicles, uniform beat officers. You've got locals that are showing up. You probably got the sheriff's office that's showing up. You might even have campus police that are rolling over to this location. So that's one of the reasons you see all of those cars there. And Jackie, you're right. I mean,
Absolutely, Bernadette.
You have to set things up so that it is secure. Remember this, and this is kind of the watch phrase that I use.
These days, security systems are so cheap where you can literally buy them online and hook them up to your phone or whatever. But everyone should have some security cameras in their house and around them.
You can always contract the scene. That means you can always draw it in, but you have to set that perimeter up out as far away from where the actual crime or the event took place and set that perimeter up so that as time goes by, if you need to try to draw it in and contract it, the problem is that if you start off small and you set up tape immediately adjacent to where the event happened, then all of the peripheral area that's out there that probably should be part of the crime scene winds up being contaminated. And you can't justify that in a courtroom. So you set it up big and then you contract it. And that's not what happened, apparently.
The supposition is that the front door was not necessarily the entry point because there are sliding glass doors around the side of the house. And
I love a
many
good
people
podcast. I'm
believe
such a nerd.
that could have been the entryway.
How many of us that have sliding glass doors, you know, when you go to actuate a lock, that is, you turn a lock on a doorknob, that's something that you...
Okay. I have a sliding glass door in my RV, and I put a stick in it so that nobody can push it to get out and get in.
Yeah, we do that too. We have a metal, metal thing, a metal pole that we put there. And but we couldn't get outside lately because of that big spider we had. It held us hostage inside. We couldn't go out to the yard.
Jennifer says, what are icers? That comment gets deleted a lot in other channels. I don't know. What's an icer, guys?
Is it someone who does ice?
Icers.
Like ice?
I don't know. I've never heard
What
that.
is that
We have
alphabetizes?
the ring. Love it.
I was wondering
Very
if
good investment.
they were
Yes.
doing drugs, like hard drugs, and someone had a bad reaction and went berserk. Maybe it's just one of my theories.
I also heard that it's a theory of a love triangle. Okay, let's get into this, guys, or we'll be up here listening to this till 4:00 in the morning.
physically do. I think that we associate that with a doorknob where you have a center turn on the doorknob, or if you have an adjacent deadlock where you take it and you turn it and it drops into place. That's something that you kind of think about, but with sliding glass doors, there's many times where people forget to actually go behind a lock. And we're talking about college kids here. Not that that's necessarily a justification for it, but there's a lot of traffic in and out of this area. The place is known, the residence is actually known as a place where kids gather. And why not? It's kind of a cool home. It's off campus. You enter actually kind of the living space, what I think most people would kind of term as kind of a family area where there's a TV and all of kind of a commons area. And that is a big open space that leads into the kitchen. And so all of this can be seen. You can see a big bank of windows, all of that sort of thing. And that is directly accessed by these sliding glass doors. The area that people keep talking about with a keypad, that's down below. Okay. That's down below. It's in the parking area, which is really, some people call it the front, some people have called it the back, but it's right where cars can pull up. And it has an access keypad where if you know the number, you can punch it in and the door lock deactivates, you can open the door. Some of the things that we're hearing is that a lot of people knew what that code was to get into that door.
I wonder how
and that's
old
troubling on
that
one
code
level
is.
as well.
2 points of entry only. That narrows down what the police investigators have to look at. The entry point. You're talking about this bank of windows.
We like funny
What does
alphabet.
that tell you? What opportunity does that give a perpetrator? And have we heard anything about any windows being jimmied or anything like that so far?
I haven't heard anything about windows being jimmied. And a matter of
She
fact, I
said
haven't heard anything
jimmied.
about forced entry either. And you know, you and I talk so much, Jackie, that we begin to talk about these things. That's one of the things we look for, forced entry. You know, is anything crushed in, broken, signs that the door's been pried in some way, or somebody tried to kick the hinges off, if you will. There's no evidence of that to this point. But the curious thing about this is that when you look at that entrance where the big windows are, the sliding glass doors, there's kind of I don't want to call it a plane, but there's kind of a lot. The lot kind of increases in elevation slightly. It looks like as it rises to the rear of the back of the lot. And there's a wood line over to the left. It would have been a perfect location for somebody that had targeted this home to be able to stand back there in the dead of night, because they believe this happened under cover of darkness, and be able to see into those windows from that.
You know what, too? At the end of the day, it could be somebody who is in the community, probably not a college student, maybe obviously it's a freaking creeper, but maybe they were watching the girls, the two blondes maybe, or I don't know, maybe he was a peeping Tom. I mean,
He could have climbed up, those extreme sportsmen. They can climb up through the balcony, climb mountains and cliffs, saw that. So maybe someone went up through the balcony.
Lynn, when you think about it, if you are going to stab 4 people to death, even with gloves on, I mean, there has to be, he had to have left some type of DNA. I also heard that it was very messy.
Perspective. And the people inside the house, they wouldn't have known. They would not have known that anyone was out there, because what do you do at night? Well, you're not bumping around in the dark. You're going to have your interior lights on. And guess what happens? When you turn interior lights on in a house and it's dark outside, you can't see anything outside. If you want to be able to see as best you can in the dark, you have to turn off your internal lights, and you can generally get a better view out the window, but it's still going to be diminished because there's no ambient light from the sun. Now, if there's a full moon, you might be able to see a little bit, but still, even that is compromised. And, I think that probably investigators are looking at that. They'll be looking at a couple things. What kind of man-made light sources are there? Were there any kind of floodlights on the outside of the house? Were there any visible street lights where you could see from that perspective? Was there a place adjacent in that wood line that's going to be, as you're looking out the window in the house over to the left, is there any place that appears to have been trampled down where somebody had been standing there for a while, kind of stomping down the vegetation around there? Maybe they had left something behind as they were watching in the middle of the night, seeing through the windows. And so once that light goes off inside the house, and it's, in the early morning hours, they know they're free and clear. They can.
Well, I'm thinking if there was DNA left, and I'm sure they've run it through CODIS, and obviously whoever did this, if that was the DNA that was left, it's not in the system, which is, I don't know. I know that I heard that they cleared Jake, one of the girl's ex-boyfriends, but this is just weird. But I bet you somehow, somewhere, he might have been on that food truck camera. I think it's definitely a stalker, or he was waiting at the house.
And walk on through that.
Yeah, he was very mad.
Huh?
He was very angry.
Oh,
They
very
said it was a
angry. But
passion, I guess.
when they say that, when you do the stabbings, there's so much blood that the hand slips down the knife. And I think even with gloves on with 4 people, I think he had to have left some type of DNA.
Last door. Maybe the door was left unlocked. Who knows?
Hey, Lorraine.
An update.
Need birth control, STD testing,
Do you
or
need
someone
birth
to talk to
control,
about
Chesney?
unplanned pregnancy? No matter what life
I
throws at
think
you, we've got
everyone
you.
should have their
All
DNA
of you.
taken
Find the services you
at
need
birth
at
and
mass.gov/all of you.
Between the
Alexa's here for the
sensors,
holidays. Bring a little
the
holiday
STD
magic from
testing.
Alexa and set the tone for
Jeez,
an
God, what are
elevated
they
gathering
telling us?
surrounded by your favorite people to celebrate the season. Be ready to give thanks and play the perfect soundtrack for your Thanksgiving dinner. We'll keep your guests humming these
Can't
classic
make
jazz
that.
hits all
Yeah, he
night.
was her
Just ask
boyfriend spending the
Alexa,
night.
play vinyl jazz on iHeartRadio. And let
The
Alexa handle the
brunette.
little things this season so you can enjoy them. Just say, Alexa, play vinyl jazz on iHeartRadio.
Alexa, tell this man to
It's hard
shush.
to imagine losing a loved one, a wife, a husband, a child. For many, it's
You
their
can't
biggest fear.
bypass these
From
ads.
Wondery, The Vanished is a podcast that tells the stories of often overlooked and unsolved missing persons cases. Every
Ooh.
week, host Marissa Jones dives into a new case, sharing the details of their mysterious disappearance,
Ooh.
from interviews with family, friends, law enforcement, and even suspects in an effort to reveal the truth. The Vanished has even aided in getting long overdue arrests through their in-depth interviews. Marissa reminds
family member
listeners of the
was
human behind the headline
murdered
and
in
aims to help
Maine.
family members
It took
find their
14
vanished
years
loved
for
one,
there to be a
or at
DNA
least
match.
a
He got
sense of
arrested
peace.
for
Follow The
uncommitted
Vanished
crime.
wherever you get your podcasts. You
I
can
live
listen
in Maine.
ad-free on the Amazon Music or Wondery app.
Who was it, Bernadette? I live in Maine. Back to the podcast. No.
I'm thinking back to my career right now, and there's a moment in time when you're walking up to a house where just total mayhem has ensued. You've been told that it is. And you're outside of that home and you're looking at the exterior of it, and nothing seems in disarray. Nothing seems in disorder. But when
What
you finally
about
walk through that door,
blood dripping down
it's
the
like you're
side?
walking through a portal to hell. And I think that that's probably, based upon what I've heard, I think that's probably what the investigators saw.
I think a lot of people are also interested in what the two surviving roommates saw. And a lot of people are asking questions about the two roommates who survived. We know they came in around 1 o'clock, and the other victims also came in around 1:45. One of the victims was on the phone with her boyfriend, or making calls rather, to her boyfriend between 2:30 and 2:30 and like 2:52. And two of the victims were seen at a bar earlier. Two of the victims went to a fraternity party.
Wait a second. How many bedrooms is this house? You said 6, right?
Yeah, 2 bedrooms on each floor.
Okay. So we've got this just popped into my mind. So we've got 3 girls living there. Right? We had the two girls that were murdered. Then we have the 2 girls that were in the basement that locked the doors. That's 4 girls. So what are the other 2 roommates? Are those rooms not they not rented, or is nobody living in those rooms?
They could have gone home for Thanksgiving.
Well, I get that, but I'm saying if there's wait.
I know what you're saying.
No. 5 girls. So there was 3 girls murdered. The brunette's boyfriend was murdered. They were in the house. So that leaves 1 available room. So was there somebody that was in that room that was not home that night? Was it vacant, or? Yes, B.
Yeah,
But I'm
I know.
saying there's 6 bedrooms. So was that 6th bedroom unoccupied is what I'm asking.
Or that roommate could have maybe done something.
I was just curious, well, if that 6th bedroom was occupied.
A couple of them also went to the food truck. The victims were distributed among the
Thank you,
second and
Patty.
third floor. The surviving roommates were on the first floor. This appears to be a split level. So it's possible that whoever came in to do this did not know that the other victims were in the lower level. So when the perpetrator comes in, we don't know yet who was stabbed first. And stabbed is the prerogative word because that is what we are learning
Bernadette,
from the
I
coroner
am
and from the police.
17
We heard
miles
early
from
on
Christian.
that this was an edged weapon. We've heard a couple of things about this weapon. Let's kind of start with that. It had put forth that the investigators, the authorities were looking for what they termed as a military style knife. I even heard somebody say that they were looking for a Rambo style knife. Well, a Rambo style knife is what's referred to as a survival knife. It's generally got a very long blade on it. There's a saw generally on the spine of the blade. That is the blunted side of the blade, the single edge blade. With a survival knife, you've got a cap on the handle of it that's generally got a compass on it. There's stuff that you can store in there like waterproof matches and all that. And it has a hilt. But then something new came to light. I started hearing the term K-bar. Well, K-bar is a knife that our Marines have used since World War II, essentially. I might be wrong. I think it came about in World War II or just prior to World War II. It's got a handle on it that was originally textured with leather that is really roughed up. And this thing is very durable. And kind of like what's referred to as a survival knife, the Marines carry this knife because the blade is very rough.
I know, guys, I'm crazy. Let me show you this knife. I mean, oh.
Yeah, it's sharpened at the tip on both sides.
I mean, look at that bottom blade right there. It's like the blade is real sharp here, but just like that very part. Can you see my cursor? It's like serrated right there.
Yeah.
And it's not even a smooth blade until the top, that whole area. Let me save this image. Hang on. Holy shit. I want to blow this up and show you guys something real fast.
And then someone said there's a groove in it, and that's to prevent it from, how the body's going to suction it in and preventing it from staying stuck.
Preventing it from what?
From getting stuck, like with the vacuum.
Oh, getting stuck inside of I can't. But considering how sharp this is and this knife, wouldn't you think that you would get some slippage? Maybe not because of the handle, but look at this. I mean, look at that.
Looks like it would have cut like butter, you know what I mean?
Right? It's rough right here. And then look at how smooth that very point of that tip gets. I mean, what is the purpose of this jagged edge at the bottom, do you think, Chisme?
He said there was a saw, an area that was like a saw.
Yeah. Wow. What a complete,
But
damn.
So were they tied up and gagged, like someone said, or they were not?
Well, the rumor at the beginning was that they were tied up and gagged, and then it was clarified from a couple of interviews that they were not. And then I've listened to all of the family's interviews, and the wounds, all the wounds were fatal. It was like the chest, the torso, like above the waist. Yeah, I would never play the family members. I just, it's too triggering.
Yeah,
Okay, here we go.
they should check them.
Yeah, I don't want to play the family member's grief. It's too much for me.
They should check people who were in, like anatomy class or something like that, because he knew or she knew where to cut. You know what I mean? The main arteries.
Well, we don't know that yet, Chisme, but we do know that it was like a lot up in the chest. Um, it's, I don't know, chest. I don't know if it's the neck. I do not know. But I do know that from watching the, um, what is it? OnlyFans plate girl that killed her boyfriend with the one stab wound to his shoulder. I know that they say that it takes 8 to 10 pounds of pressure to get through the skin and the muscle and the cartilage. So it's 8 to 10. Yeah, so 8 to 10 pounds of pressure to get through that. And we do not know how many stab wounds they had, but from what I heard, but I'm not sure, I guess one of the victims, they spent a little, like it was more violent than the other three from the rumors, but that's all speculation.
Backside of it, there are rather saw teeth, so that you can flip it over and use it to saw down small saplings with, to use out in the bush and that sort of thing.
Absolutely.
And it's perfect,
Absolutely,
at least for
B.
the Marines, for hand-to-hand combat using edged weapons. You can buy them pretty much nowadays anywhere. You can go online and buy K-bars, all this sort of thing. But I found it interesting. They were saying,
actually, one thing about what one of the fathers said, and if I can't remember which one is his daughter, but he said that he actually got, I'm gonna find it because I looked at it. I'll look at my history. That his daughter, it might have been the one, her Xana with the X, that she fought really hard. And I think he kind of explains after the autopsy a little bit, as much as what he can probably say, but he definitely said that she put up a serious fight. Oh, I think they're going to catch them, B. There's so much surveillance footage around there. But considering, I think he definitely had to have left DNA. But how do we know that it was only one? How do they know that it was just one? They never say suspects. They say suspect.
K-bar. The dimensions of it are very specific. And when the investigators would have been looking at these injuries, if they could see them, because many times when you go out to scenes and you have stab wounds, you can't make heads or tails of what you have. You just know you have a lot of blood. And by the time the investigators would have made it to the scene, the blood would have begun to dry. So it's going to be kind of obscuring any of these injuries that may have occurred. So that term K-bar may have arisen after the bodies had been cleaned and examined. It's hard to say at this point. But what I do know is that a K-bar has what's called a hilt on it, which is the guard that separates the handle from the blade. And I'll be very interested to try to find this out, Jackie. When you take a knife that has this hilt guard.
Wow, Chisme, look at that poll. I have to go back into time for 1 second. So I said, is Dick innocent? 66 said no, 20 said maybe, and 13% said yes on our big 15 votes. So 13% of people think that Dick Richard Allen from Delphi is innocent. I find that very interesting.
Well, I thought it was a person we hadn't heard of, Dick. So I pressed no, because if we hadn't heard from him about him, then couldn't have been him.
Oh,
So
see,
that's what I thought. So I
right.
pressed the wrong button.
No, excuse me, you know me well, and you know that I love that everyone has their own opinion.
Yeah.
And that I never get mad of anyone's different of opinion. And I love to hear everyone's opinion. But what I don't like is when people fight and hate each other because they don't agree. That we
Oh
do
yeah.
not do over here. Yeah, I don't have time for that shit. I am too old.
On it and you drive it in to a subject, you can sustain what are referred to as hilt
Lana, I love
injuries.
Lana.
And just imagine the blade kind of passing through the tissue down
Ooh.
into the tissue, and then the hilt itself, this guard, creates a contusion. It'll be almost rectangular in shape, and it's associated with the stab wound. So you'll have this thing kind of stamped and superimposed on top of the stab wound. It's kind of a complex injury when you begin to think about it. And that would give them an idea of what kind of blade they were looking for, because there are knives out there. If you pick up a butcher knife in the kitchen, it doesn't have a hilt guard on it. Okay. Something that's blunted like that can create a contusion. It's just the blade essentially disappears into the handle. All right.
Look.
But with this, it's something totally different. So I'd have to ask that question: why are they saying that this is a military style knife? They say Rambo style knife. They say K-bar. So that's very specific information.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing that we would think about relative to these injuries. And it would be a specific type of person, I think, that would own one of these. A person that obviously would feel comfortable with a knife, such as this, a military style knife. Maybe they know how to use it. They certainly knew how to use it on this night because they robbed these 4 young people of their lives with it, assuming that they used this weapon.
I got a phone call yesterday. Sorry to interrupt again, but everyone knows I have a big mouth. Somebody called me with their opinion of the Idaho 4 murders. And they told me that they believe, and this is not a psychic or anything like that, just another creator. And they told me that they believe that an illegal immigrant did these crimes. Hey, Mystic, a werewolf. They believe that it was an illegal immigrant. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Over and over and
If there
over
was
and over
someone
again.
that was jealous of
What
their
I
life,
find interesting is the fact that in using
I said if it was someone that was probably, watching from afar, wanting to be like them, just like them, and who was very jealous, and being just like, how come Americans get everything, free college or whatever, and I have to pay for mine, and was jealous. That's what my theory is.
Bernadette,
If it was an illegal alien.
I'm going to drop the link after this podcast, see if anyone wants to come up. But Bernadette, why do you think that is ridiculous? I remember a crime that I watched every day, that she was run down like Eliza Fletcher and killed by a Mexican immigrant and left in a cornfield. Who am I speaking of? I know it was a different state. I know it was Iowa. But I also heard, and I haven't researched it to look at the facts, but I heard that in that area, there are a lot of immigrants. But I do not think that that's not my thoughts, but that was somebody else's thoughts, who seems to be right. Like he really calls things, he's really good on his feelers, but I don't think so. But I was just sharing.
Where would the immigrants work? Are there like fields there? A lot of construction.
It's Idaho, girl. They're making potatoes.
Oh, potatoes. Yeah, they gotta pull them. But there was also that guy that used to ride the trains, and he would get off and kill the people in the homes, whoever it was, and then, steal their jewelry, and then, stay there a while and eat their food. I forgot his name though.
Okay, baby, we can't get sidetracked here.
No.
This style of weapon, it tells me that it probably was a targeted
Molly
attack because
tickets.
somebody had to bring that weapon with them.
You are absolutely spot on the money. And this is not something, though they could have, this is not something that...
Molly was killed by Christian before Xavier, but then what they tried to do is they tried to connect Xavier's once a stepfather, because of the trapped drug houses in that area, to the case, because Christian said that he didn't do it, the two men that kidnapped him, blah blah blah. So his attorneys tried to connect those cases together, but that was a complete failure.
I would expect these college kids to have laying around the house. The male that was there visiting. He was not a permanent resident. Okay. So someone telling me that these college women that lived in this house possessed a military style knife, you're going to have to sell that to me. I'm not buying it. I think that whoever showed up prepared. And again, like we talked about, this goes to this element of premeditation. You're prepared to do your worst when you show up. You're prepared to take somebody's life. That means that you brought a deadly weapon into the home of these college women. Why in the world you would show up to their home with a military-style knife? I have no idea, other than to do great harm. And, of course, they wound up doing that. They brought it with them. Many times when you work domestic cases in particular, when you have individuals that are having disagreements in a familial setting, that sort of thing, I've walked into kitchens before where you'll see the drawers all pulled out, right? And you can tell that someone was in a fever looking for something to do harm to somebody with. And I've seen drawers of silverware just dumped out on the floor.
Damn.
I've seen people use butter knives and cheap steak knives. I've seen people use fillet knives. I've seen people use butchering knives, a variety of different things, whatever. And those are what we refer to in forensics and in investigations as weapons of convenience. That means that they're within arm's reach. Okay. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a weapon that, if it is a military style weapon, that is created for the express purpose of killing. That's what this weapon is for. Make no bones about it. All right. And so
I like him.
It was used by an individual, I think, that felt very comfortable with it, may have had some skill with it, has probably been carrying it around. And I've heard somebody mention this along the way, and I find this quite interesting. The fact that I don't believe that this is a weapon that they would have thrown away after they used it because they feel comfortable with it. Carpenter uses a particular type of hammer to do their job with. Musician uses a guitar they like. Well, this person is a vicious, homicidal maniac. This is something, this instrumentality of death that they have chosen, that they like to use, and they're not going to separate themselves from it.
What would you find, given that we have 4 victims stabbed? Somebody had to be the first. How do we tell, and what are we going to find on the other victims?
Sequencing.
They said that they
is
couldn't
something
tell
that's
who
gonna
was
be,
the
I
first
think,
one to be
very
stabbed.
important here as this case continues to be investigated and examined and processed. Okay. And that's a question that a lot of people want to know, because therein, if you have one of the 4 victims in this case that was the target, it would be very important to try to understand who sustained the most injuries, because you would think that the targeted individual would be that individual that would have possibly sustained the most trauma, other than maybe somebody that fought back. Now, how do you sequence this event? And when we're talking about sequence, we're talking about the order of death. I'm not talking about like the sequencing of the injuries on an individual, because contrary to what people think, that's not something that we can do. Even the most highly skilled forensic pathologist that gets on the stand and testifies, they will always have this disclosure. They'll say, like, if I've got 12 injuries on a body,
Hey,
in their
Grammy.
report, they'll say,
Hey,
please note,
Alicia.
the number of these injuries is merely a number. It's an identifier. It does not in any way imply the sequence in which these injuries were administered. Now, we can tell postmortem and antemortem many times something will have hemorrhage and something won't. But here, what we're talking about with the sequencing of the deaths of these young people is we're trying to determine who was stabbed first. You know, I heard the DA actually make a statement as they're interviewing this gentleman as he's walking away from the scene. He actually went on this, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he was like, I don't know that I could, really begin to describe what happened in there. It's horrible, absolutely horrible. There's going to be a lot of blood, a tremendous amount of blood at this scene. Whoever did this would have been covered in blood. It will be from 4 separate people, and that's the key to trying to figure this out from a scientific standpoint. We talk a lot about DNA, and we talk a lot about blood typing, this sort of thing on body bags, but this is very important in this case because, in my estimation at least, whoever was attacked first in this case will have possibly none of the other victims' DNA on them, or their blood will not be commingled with the other victims. And this is we're merely applying logic here. So as the progression takes place, say you have victim A, and we don't know who victim A is, they're attacked, they're killed. Well, going back to the knife, we assume that same knife is the same instrument that is being used in all of these deaths. Once that knife is withdrawn from this first victim, the next victim is attacked. Now, the DNA, the blood sample, if you will, from the first victim will be introduced into the space of the second victim. And for lack of a better term, that second victim will literally be inoculated with the blood of the other person. And this progresses so that you get this kind of increasing event of commingling of biological material, where you'll have victim A's DNA on victim B, and then with victim C, you'll find A and B perhaps on C, and then on D, you'll find all of the 3, dependent upon how well this trace evidence is collected and how detailed the testing is, how thorough the testing is. And it will take some time. People want quick answers when it comes to DNA, and they can turn it around pretty quickly. However, when you have this commingling of the DNA, it's a bit more of a technical undertaking. You have to have the right skill set in order to facilitate this, to try to separate out these various types, these various blood types, and try to harvest DNA from these locations.
Need birth control, STD testing, or someone to talk to about unplanned pregnancy? No matter what life throws at you, we've got you. All of you. Find the services you need at mass.gov/all-of-you.
They keep telling us that we
Alexa's here
need
for the
birth
holidays.
control and
Bring a little
STD
holiday magic
testing.
from
What is
Alexa
going
and set the
on?
tone for an elevated gathering surrounded by your
We want you
favorite
to be
people to celebrate
prepared
the
for
season.
Christmas.
Be ready to give
In case
thanks
you
and
get
play the
some.
perfect soundtrack for your Thanksgiving dinner. We'll keep your guests humming these classic jazz hits all night. Just ask Alexa, play vinyl jazz on iHeartRadio, and let Alexa handle the little things this season so you can enjoy them. Just say, Alexa, play vinyl jazz on iHeartRadio.
It's hard to imagine losing a loved one, a wife, a husband, a child. For many, it's their biggest fear. From Wondery, The Vanished. is a podcast that tells the stories of often overlooked and unsolved missing persons cases.
We're gonna have to
Every week,
watch that.
host Marissa Jones dives into a new case, sharing the details of their mysterious disappearance, from interviews with family, friends, law enforcement, and even suspects, in an effort to reveal the truth. The Vanished has even aided in getting long overdue arrests through their in-depth interviews. Marissa reminds listeners of the human behind the headline and aims to help family members find their vanished loved one, or at least a sense of peace. Follow The Vanished wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen ad-free on the Amazon Music or Wondery app.
Whoever likes podcasts and listen to that when they're just talking about.
There are many times on scenes when you walk into this environment and it is total chaos. But as an investigator, as a forensic scientist, that's why you get paid. It's your job to make sense of the chaos. It has to be dug out from either those that you're interviewing, those observations that you're making, or even the scientific tests that you're running. It takes time. This is not an instant cake mix. This is something that takes time, it takes dedication, and it takes precision.
Well, making sense out of chaos is exactly what you're doing, because I am trying to imagine as a crime scene investigator coming in and having a body that has, I don't know, let's just say 4 stab wounds. And this would be, let's say it's our 3rd victim. And you're talking about, you mentioned a minute ago about the commingling of blood. But how does that work? If the 2 upper stab wounds were first, are you still going to get somebody else's DNA or blood in the 3rd wound? And how much blood does it take to be able to prove that there was commingling? I mean, it doesn't automatically, if you have, I don't know, 4 tablespoons of blood and you have 1 drop, is it going to show up in all 4 tablespoons? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, it is mind-boggling. And listen, there's no guarantee with it. I'm being hopeful when I say that. I mean, I truly am being hopeful because it is such a mess. It's one thing to find commingled blood stains, okay, or blood sample. Is it going to be so cross-contaminated, though, that it'll be ruined where they're not able to separate it out sufficiently in order to, well, certainly do DNA on it? With the commingling of the blood, we've got our ABO groups, and then we have to determine relative to the antigen if it's positive or negative. So if you have AB pos or AB neg or O pos or O neg, B neg, B pos,
I think
O
somebody
neg,
in
O
chat
pos,
might be pregnant.
you're going to have
Kisme.
all of these blood samples that could potentially be
Congratulations.
mixed. But when you're talking about a stabbing, multiple stabbing with multiple victims, it's such a dynamic environment. We don't know what the actions of the perpetrator were either. For all we know, this individual may have taken a knife blade and run it across the area of his pants along the thigh to try to wipe away the blood before
But
he
why
went to
are
the
they
next
not
person and stabbed him.
mentioning
For all we know,
him
the
having
knife
cuts?
from one victim was dripping blood. They went over and immediately started attacking the other one and brought about their death. They are going to have a Herculean task to be able to try to separate this out. And it's going to take time in order to do it, just to get the groupings right, I think. And to be able to establish DNA is then that's another part of the task as well. Will it be so cross-contaminated that they might have difficulty? However, the saving grace here, I think, from just a demonstrative standpoint, is that they will be able to perhaps say that there are these grouping or blood groupings present on each of the bodies. And so you can tie that back to one individual, perhaps, that did this, particularly if they can come across that subject's clothes, which are going to be very important in this case, because they'll have, like I said, have been a bloody mess. Did they keep those clothes? Did they burn those clothes? Do they have them hidden back somewhere? Or did they just discard them as they were going down the road? You know, that was another issue, remember, that came up.
Did they
about
take
the
a
garbage.
trophy?
Remember that? They were talking about how there's a chance that they didn't look through the garbage effectively, or that it wasn't sought out route that the trucks may take, and that's key. here because, trash trucks have a specific location that they kind of make stops at, pick up the dumpsters, dump them, and then that garbage is taken to a specific location in a landfill. Well, did they miss their target with that? Was that not something that they thought about? Because for all we know, that individual may have dumped their clothes into a dumpster immediately adjacent to that. Hopefully, the knife isn't gone, because I still think this person probably held on to it. If that knife is still available, then it's going to have trace amounts. And you can try to clean this thing as best you want to, but they always miss something. And wouldn't that be interesting if you find that knife and this individual still has it with them, and you can find evidence from all 4 of the victims on that knife, maybe isolated patches of DNA on either the handle or maybe on that hilt guard that we mentioned, because there's all kinds of little nooks and crannies that a lot of people don't think about, that the DNA and the trace evidence people can go in and sample those areas and retrieve that evidence from there.
Besides the stab wounds, what other kind of injuries could you expect? The information released by the coroner in the case says that some of the victims, while most were thought to be asleep when the stabbings began, some of the victims had defensive wounds. So we're looking at bruising. We're looking at what?
When you have a defensive event, first off, that goes to awareness, doesn't it? We're not talking about an individual that was merely stabbed and they died. We're talking about a person who was stabbed and then, oh my gosh, there's an awareness. I'm being injured. They awake and they raise their arm. They lift their arm. And with these defensive injuries, and of course, knife injuries are some of the most horrific things you can see when it comes to defensive events. Most of the time, we have a natural inclination with our arms to block. We'll raise our forearm. Generally, our fist will be balled up. We'll raise our forearm in order to block or maybe sweep with our hands. Well, lots of times what can happen is that the knife blade, I've had knife blades that have passed through the hands of victims. They held their hand up, they were stabbed through the hand. I've had glancing blows that almost look like a shaving of tissue, where you'll have these really nasty kind of gashes that take place. And you said something interesting, Jackie, just a second ago when you said bruises. So you can get associated contusions as well, because understand that when a person is wielding a knife, not only can they bring about sharp force injuries, but they can bring about blunt force injuries as well, which are associated with contusions many times, because their fist is balled up around this metal object, and they'll punch with that in their hands sometime, which makes a very devastating injury. And you'll see that, particularly if an individual's trying to fend them off, they'll punch with a knife in their hand. You can get bruising on an individual. And of course, if the victim is bruised, you'll know that this was an antemortem or prior to death event that occurred while they're in the throes of these fatal events that are going down at that moment. So you'll have all of those kinds of events that will happen. I've seen people that have had broken bones as a result of defensive injuries. Abrasions, you can get those, which are scrapes where they're fending off. And this is very frenetic. A lot of movement with the hands, a lot of twisting and turning, because let's all think about it. Most people don't want to sit back and receive any kind of pain. You want to try to shield your body away from it. And so you can get defensive injuries. For instance, if they roll over, you can see a defensive injury on the shoulder, and it's kind of a guard position where you go in and you tuck essentially into almost a fetal position many times, and you'll see these stab wounds that present maybe more on the lateral chest, on the side of the chest, and then if they roll over, of course, they'll be stabbed anteriorly as well. So you'll have this distribution. One interesting thing, though, is I believe the coroner was asked specifically about these injuries, and if I remember, the reporter had actually asked, was there any slashing the neck or the face? And the coroner said no, that these were essentially concentrated in the chest of these individuals, and that some or one of them, not really sure, did in fact have defensive injuries.
As the police continue this investigation looking for the perpetrator, they are asking for people to look at their cameras, any surveillance. So what are, I mean, obviously they would love if the guy
There
just walked
has
by and
to
was
be
like, oh,
surveillance.
big sign that says I did it. Not going to happen, of course. But what exactly are they looking for? Someone who followed the girls when they went to the food truck? Someone who might have been outside the home? I mean, Ring doorbell. What else? What other kind of surveillance is there?
I heard somebody actually mention Teslas, which I don't know a lot about Teslas, but apparently Teslas are filming or have cameras on them. I found that kind of interesting. One of the spokespeople had gotten up at one of the pressers. But aside from that, there's something else that we need to mention from a physical standpoint here that folks need to think about. At autopsy, let me tell you what they did with these victims. They did nail scrapings and nail clippings on all of these victims. And remember, we were talking about defensive injuries just a moment ago. One of the things that happens many times with these perpetrators, that this is very up close and personal, it's very intimate. And as they're attacking an individual and the victim is trying to fend them off, the victim will scratch these individuals, just trying to pinch them.
Wait. If okay, so they did come out and say that they were not tied up and bound. So if that was the case and there's 4 of them, how do you I'm not understanding, like, if you were not tied up, how would it be that you couldn't get away or one get away while this madman is stabbing people?
Yeah.
Unless they were all in their own rooms and then he went in and took care of the couple first and then went to the other girls, but he completely bypassed the 2 that were down in the basement unless he tried and the doors were locked. I don't know.
Yeah, or maybe I don't know, maybe he thought he ran out of time. But I was thinking about what you said about the person saying that it could have been a migrant. But I know that they do carry, knives when they're working in the field and all of that, and they carry their money cash with them, so they need some kind of protection. And also, I heard that they were going to be checking out the ROTC class.
I don't know. Crazy.
Or grab hold of their hair, and the perpetrator will actually have injuries to them. And one of the things that people, I think, from my perspective as a forensic science guy, that people need to be on the lookout for is if you see somebody walking around that has scrapes and scratches along their neck, their jawline, across their face. We're not that many days downrange still. We're just over a week.
What about cuts on their hands?
Will still be there. So if there's someone in the community that's presenting with those kinds of injuries, I'm not suggesting anybody approach this person, but it's something that should be made note of. If they've seen anybody that came into a drugstore or went to a local box store to pick up medicine or bandages or anything like that, maybe that's what they were doing. They're trying to self-treat themselves to try to prevent this. They might attempt to apply makeup to an area. We've seen serial perpetrators do that before.
Hey, Margie.
So that's something that has to be considered. Now, as far as the visual side of things go, the documentation with CCTV, it all depends on what's at their disposal.
Right,
Many
Lyndon?
people in these neighborhoods do, in fact, have ring cams that are positioned on their front stoop. I think that people would need to, if they are in proximity to where this event happened, they need to contact the police. Hopefully, during the canvassing process, that's where the investigators go through the neighborhood on foot. They go door to door to door to door. Nowadays, one of the first questions they ask, do you have video surveillance technology here present at your home? Where is it positioned? May we please see those recordings? And they'll go through and canvass that whole area to see if they can pick something up. If they have, for instance, stoplight cams in there with plate readers and all that sort of stuff, they're going to be reviewing that. And that kind of goes back to something we saw imaged the other day on television. There were photographs that had been taken of crime scene techs out on the side adjacent road. And if you're facing the rear of the home, there's a little street that runs alongside this house over to the left, I think, as you're looking at the parking pad in the back of the house. They saw what appeared to be, and they were measuring skid marks on the road and they looked fresh. You can see they're kind of dark black, fresh appearing, where maybe
They were
someone
in the
skidded or
basement,
they burned
Leisha.
rubber in that particular area, and they were taking measurements of that. So if the person was not on foot, but they were in a vehicle and they left that area in a rush, might be looking for a specific vehicle.
Maybe
And with the
lilac.
skid marks, there were side by side. So as far as an indicator goes, there's a couple things they can do. With any rubber that was left behind, they can do a sample of that rubber out of the road and perhaps tie that back chemically to whoever manufactured the tires. And they can also get an idea of the wheelbase of a vehicle. You know, if you're driving a big truck, you know, the wheelbase will be wider. Or if you're driving a small car, it's going to be more narrow. So you can get the dimensions of a car. It doesn't mean that those marks in the road are necessarily associated with this event. However, because it's immediately adjacent to the house, all of that has to be taken into consideration. I'm Joseph Scott Morgan, and this is Body Bags.
He's smart.
Yeah, that's a great. Yeah, I think we're gonna do a StreamYard. You know, just not monetized anything. We're maybe like once every 2 weeks we'll listen to one of those vanished podcasts. But that
Yeah,
knife is
I mean, I had never thought about how the blood could be transferred, you know, from one person to another. You know what I mean? And then the last person would have the blood from the first three, if it, you know, from the knife, I guess.
yeah, they're gonna have to collect the blood samples, and they're gonna have to somehow separate them and test the DNA to see the cross contamination.
How long has it been that they've been investigating?
Oh, this happened. What was the date? It was the 16th.
And they're still investigating? Wow. You know, the crime scene.
This is actually I don't know if you've seen this, Chisme.
What is it?
This was actually why did this ad gotta be so big? This was actually the surveillance camera. You see, these are the two girls that were murdered right here at the food truck.
Yeah.
This was an hour before they were murdered.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
I wonder why someone suspected the food truck guy.
You can do it. Value. Yeah, this is where they're at the food truck just before they take the Uber home.
Mm-hmm.
Sad.
And they cleared that one guy with the hoodie that was watching them.
The video has surfaced just after 1 a.m. Two of the victims at a food truck. We learned from authorities that they were reportedly murdered
The food
overnight,
truck.
that when officials arrived at the house,
Back
that was
right corner.
because of a 911 call at 11:58 a.m. for an unconscious person. They
Right
got
here.
there, the door was opened, and there didn't appear to be damage inside. All of those details raising more questions. Are you getting any answers as to that timeline, as to other people who were in the house?
We're not right now. We know that the people in the house were the other two roommates who lived in that residence with them. We're not really getting any more answers at this time. Obviously, we're trying to
Amen.
respect the tragic events that have happened to those two living roommates, and we assume the police are investigating it to its full conclusion.
Now, I said that I was not going to get into the parents with the families, but this one I actually have not seen, but I believe this is them talking about the girl that put up the fight.
Gonzalez, one of the victims of this tragedy. Christy and Steve Gonzalez, thank you so much for joining us, and we're so sorry for your loss.
I like his voice.
Christy and Steve, can you tell me about your daughter tonight?
Our daughter was super driven. She was a 3-time Dean's List member. Her grades were amazing. She competed with everybody. She loved competing. She was just a highly driven person who had many goals in life. She had an internship that she was offered a full-time position, and we've worked with them, and they've been great with us this whole time. But yeah, she was driven, and she was going to go somewhere in life, and a great member of society, and that's what we wanted.
Yeah, y'all have to be so proud.
Yeah, from what I believe, they made the calls to the ex-boyfriend Jake or something, but I heard that he was cleared, but just allegedly, I heard he was cleared.
Out of her, and she was taken away from us far too soon. Can you tell us what the authorities have been telling you? We want to do anything that we can to help you to get justice for your daughter and the rest of the victims. What are they telling you?
They're telling us that there's so much evidence that it's going to take a lot of time to process it all. This wasn't like a pinpoint crime. This person was sloppy. He did whatever. When I say he, obviously you can't say that. That's just me. But he made a mess, and there's a mess there, and they're going to have to go through that point by point, and that's going to take a lot of time. That's why they reached out to other facilities to help them with that lab work.
They do have a mobile unit on site that they said that they're able to really expedite things with this mobile unit. Hopefully they're reaching out to other DNA processing type companies such as like 23andMe to get involved. They have not confirmed that they have DNA from this person. They just said that they have a ton of evidence and evidence.
Okay, see, I think that just confirmed what we were talking about earlier, because I said he's got to have some cuts, there's got to be DNA from him. So obviously he's not in the CODIS. So now they're going to try to get into the DNA, which is, you know how the Golden State Killer was caught like that? Interesting.
He says,
Yeah,
she said they have tons of evidence, she said.
Yeah. And I think it's messy in two ways. Messy as in messy, gory. And I think it's messy because the perpetrator or perpetrators, definitely there's evidence of something left behind with their DNA on it. Let me speed this up.
Today with the new task force, the new FBI task force on site, and the FBI, of course, and Idaho State Police, they said that they were able to pull a ton of evidence from the house today, and they're processing that. So it just takes time.
Yeah, we've only heard positive stories about your daughter and the other victims out there. We couldn't find anybody to say anything about them. It's only been that they were givers. They loved everyone on campus. You see the videos on social media of them being so happy. Did y'all have any clue? I mean, there haven't been a murder, and you guys have since 2015. Did y'all have any clue that they may be unsafe on the campus? Was there any indication?
Absolutely not. And if they were, we would have told Kaylee to come home immediately. And same with Maddie. Maddie's family is our family. I know we're very close with them. They are not speaking out. They choose not to speak out. And they have asked us to please go ahead and speak on behalf of Maddie. They were best friends from little girls. She was part of our family. Kaylee was part of their family. And absolutely not. Our son went to that college. No. Absolutely not.
My daughter was aware of her environment.
Very aware.
She turned her camera on. She would film when she thought somebody was following her out of a mall parking lot or a grocery store. She was very aware that, she was a pretty girl and that, it could attract some problems. So she was alert. She was a streetwise child.
She herself was a web sleuth. Literally, through and through. Listen to, which is just so ironic and just so surreal in all of it. Just very, sad for families when she'd hear about this type of stuff happening. Like, Mom, did you hear about that? Or Mom, did you hear about that?
Keep track of it.
And she was very aware of her surroundings, very well. I mean, she would think somebody was following her and she would call me and say, Mom, I think there's somebody following me. And I'm like, well, Kaylee, call the police, and then she'd say, oh, never mind. They just turned into 7-Eleven. She was aware, and very aware. And she locked her doors at night and she locked her car. Kaylee was home, had just been home. So we are so thankful that she'd been home for a week and a half. She just bought a brand new vehicle for herself, her first vehicle.
So if she did lock her doors, like Mom says, gamer, I am not playing this game with you tonight. I can stream what I want to stream. All right, gamer. I'm sorry, but you've got to go. I can't do it anymore.
He's back.
What was I just saying? Okay. So if the mom is saying that they locked the doors, did they lock the doors that night? And if they did, the person that showed up, did they know them? I mean, you would think that living in a house off campus and people saying it, they go there, they party, going in the back glass door, blah, blah. You would think that she would probably lock her door. Because they were hanging out so much at the food truck and stuff. I wonder if they were hanging out in the same room and they weren't actually sleeping.
Planned a trip. She was planning on backpacking across Europe for the month of January, starting her new job in February with this internship that she had done. Wound up offering her a full-time, very well-paid position that she was very excited to take. And she was with us for the last week and a half. She went home Friday to literally go show off her new vehicle. She was like, Maddie has to see my new ride. Like, she has to see this. And she was talking to Maddie the whole time, going back and forth between the car she was buying, and said, I'm not going to tell you. You're just going to see me pull up and wait till you see what I pull up in. Wow. And that was Friday. And we spoke to Kaylee on Saturday, and she sent me pictures, a lot of the pictures that are online. And they were both of our girls. And
when was the last time y'all spoke? When was the last time? What was that conversation like? Was it just like you described?
Kaylee called me on Saturday. My birthday was earlier in the week, and I did anything for my birthday. We were, she was like, it was not a big deal. But Kaylee called me on Saturday and said, Mom, I'll be home on Tuesday, and I'm going to take you out to breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and it's all on me, and we'll celebrate your birthday. And I said, well, I don't know if I believe that, meaning she'd pay. But that sounds great, Kaylee. And I'll see you on Tuesday, honey. And then she sent me a couple pictures of her and Maddie. And that was on Saturday afternoon around 3.
Have you had the opportunity to talk with any other victims' family members? I know you all are grieving together.
Only Maddie. And
it was just over at our house.
We just had Maddie's mother and father here. They were here for a couple, and it was very emotional for us today. That was the first time that we had gotten together. Just sad beyond belief. Just beyond anybody's worst night. Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure you can only fathom, yes, but it's heartbreaking. Maddie was an only child. But like I said, she was our child as well. And even Kaylee, how many siblings she had, she would always say 6. She said 5 sisters and a brother, or 4 sisters and a brother. And that was
no, you're
Maddie.
Not Jennifer.
Maddie was in our oldest daughter's wedding. She said all of my sisters are my bridesmaids, and Maddie was one of those bridesmaids, and it was all Olivia's sisters, including Maddie. She every time we traveled out of the country
I
or went on
bel-
vacation,
that's what I think,
Maddie went with us.
London.
So this is both of our girls, and we will never stop looking for who killed them.
We want to do
think it was
everything
a
that we can do in
peeping
our power to
Tom.
get justice for your daughter. We keep hearing the name Jack and phone calls going back and forth. Can you tell us
Jack.
anything about that?
We love Jack, absolutely love Jack. We stand behind Jack 1,000%. Jack was Kaylee's boyfriend for many years. They just recently broke up. There was no animosity at all. It was a breakup on Kaylee's point. It was not, they still talked every single day. Kaylee just thought that she needed a little break. They were on the mend of getting back together. Kaylee talked to Jack the whole time. She was here for that week and a half.
Night, Jess.
One of her messages, one of her last messages, she reached out to Jack and said, Jack, get back to me. And he didn't. She goes, we share a dog together, which they did. She's like, you need to reach out to me. So
Please come over. She was wanting Jack to come over. Jack is not, they're wasting their time with Jack. And Jack is just as distraught as we are. Jack is our family. Jack is 100%, 2,000% our family. And stand behind him, and we know in our hearts and our minds and our souls, in the depths of our souls, Jack is hurting. And and Kaylee and Jack would have eventually been married. They would have eventually been married, and they would have eventually had children together. So to say ex-boyfriend, it was Kaylee just being a brat, being like, I just need a break. But Jack was in her heart, and they were close to getting back together. And that was just Kaylee being Kaylee. So absolutely, Jack is, no.
we don't think he's a suspect.
At all.
Wow. Ma'am, can you tell me about what the mood is like in the town? You guys have been so brave to come on the program tonight and talk about your daughter, talk about the other victims, talk about the investigation. But a lot of people that weren't even, it was your daughter that was murdered. They are afraid to come on air because they feel like they could be next. Are you hearing the same thing in the town?
I don't like the fear. I want to share my address and give it to you to share with them. I have no fear whatsoever of this individual. I almost welcome him to come to my house. This community has been amazing. It was more food than we can ever eat. Things. Everyone is hurting. Everyone feels the pain of this. That one shiny thing out of all of this is I've never realized how beautiful my community is and how much love there is there for people. We just have one bad person, and we have to find that guy.
And like my husband said, if he would like our address, we'd gladly give it to him. We'd love for him to show up.
We're not running. I'm not hiding my stuff online. It's there. You can look me up.
Christy and Steve, we continue.
We can't speak for those families.
Yeah, we continue to support you guys, and we want to remember your daughter's legacy tonight. What can we do in this stage of the investigation to help our audiences? We'll put the tip number up, but what can we do right now to get you guys answers?
I think we need to post this timeline because it's a small community. This is like 6,000 people. We need to put a timeline out there where just random people can look there. People don't know, but their Teslas are filming 24/7, 7 days a week. So their coach doesn't realize that they have evidence.
Their ring cams, their phones, they were out and they were recording, and you know what? They look and, oh, what's that shady person? Look at that guy that just ran across the camera in the back. It's always those little things.
Gas during the time that this activity was going on.
Gas stations, somebody going in buy Band-Aids. Obviously they're checking hospitals for somebody going in and, we're assuming this person was wounded. We're assuming this person got hurt in this struggle and this altercation that took place that night. They possibly needed stitches or were, going to Walgreens at 3 a.m. getting Band-Aids. Anything.
We'll post that. We'll get you that timeline.
We have the timeline.
We have that timeline. We will post it up. If anyone that is, and it's right there on the screen, if you see something, if you saw anything minor, call the tip line. If you were there in the area, any little piece of evidence can help the authorities. I want to give y'all one last moment to tell our audience anything else.
My last thing is, if you have a daughter or even a son in that area, turn on a tracker app. Share that information with your family. Don't walk around that town without everyone knowing who you are. You have to protect yourself. We have somebody loose. I don't want to create a panic. I don't want to do anything like that. But we know what we know. There's somebody out there. He's a psycho, and your daughter needs to share her address with you. She might not like that, but that's what you do in times like this.
That's right. Christy and Steve, before I let y'all go, because y'all have been talking with the investigators, what piece of information do y'all feel is most important that could break this case wide open?
It's all digital information, phones pinging off of their residence, somebody's ring cams, and they're combing through that, and obviously physical evidence from the inside the house.
If you have a router and you know you're within walking distance of this address, yes, happened, turn that into the evidence. Don't make them go find it. You give it to him. You
your
reach out to
neighbor,
them.
because if he had his phone in his pocket, his phones are so close, his phone trying to connect to those internets as he's walking through. If he had his phone, she, we're just assuming it's he. Just let people, let the authorities know. My Wi-Fi is available to you. If you want to search, like, don't make it hard, don't make it difficult. Don't make search warrants have to be gotten and to search for this. Just say, hey, I'm Kaylee and Maddie's neighbor. Check my Wi-Fi, check my Spectrum account, my Verizon account, whatever.
You could be the key. You really could be the key.
Yeah.
Kristen,
and I would think that the FBI is doing that, but
it takes time, and if you volunteer instantly.
Christy and Steve, you have been so kind, and you have poured your heart out to our audience, and we stand with you and the rest of the victims' families. Thank y'all, and we continue to pray for you guys. Thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Poor families. I'll pray for them. We pray for them.
Graphic warning, guys. A graphic warning. I love you, Jess. This is the graphic warning. This is the video regarding the dog that was found prior to the Idaho 4. So, graphic warning. If you can't handle animal, I doubt they're going to show anything, but I would probably pop out for about 2 minutes or mute. Don't be mean.
This is a Fox News alert. Today, loved ones will gather for the funeral of Ethan Chapin, one of the 4 college students horrifically stabbed to death in Idaho. But in the weeks since, police refused to explain why they believe the brutal attack was.
Wait a second, guys. 1 sec. Okay, this is it.
Targeted, not even naming a suspect or finding.
We are looking everywhere that evidence would lead us. I can't say if the person's here. I can't say what community the person's in. We're utilizing every resource we can to make that location of that individual.
Fox Nation host Nancy Grace is.
Oh, come on. Don't freeze. Don't be mean.
Following this case, and she joins us now. Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning. I've learned a lot from their press conference yesterday, mainly that they have had about 600 tips and have already conducted 90 interviews. We also learned, and this is very significant, that they are retracing the victim's steps. We know that 2 of the victims were at a sports bar and that 2 of the victims had gone to a Sigma Chi fraternity party, then came home. I think that they are going through each and every location, following it all the way back to the home. Why? Because very simply, they are looking for suspects. So they're going to start right there on Fraternity Row and all of the neighbors surrounding them that may or may not be Greek related. And they're going to go to that food truck and follow them home. Very interesting. They've ruled out the 2 roommates. A lot of speculation about them. That was to
Okay, I don't want to listen to Nancy right now. Let's get right into the other one that I have. I don't like picture-in-picture. You know this.
What do cows have to do?
What? Where's the volume? Oh, they're not going to talk? What the heck? Hang on one second. One sec. All right, if this is not it, then I just don't want to go back through the whole story again with Nancy Grace. Oh, they say it's unrelated.
Full of life. I open my eyes.
Read more of a read on this from former NYPD Detective Pat Bronson. Pat, as we watch this, everyone becomes sort of an armchair detective, and I think the first thing that jumped out at me early on was some of the mistakes that the local law enforcement might have made, contaminating evidence or doing certain things like that. Obviously, they don't have a lot of experience in this, thank God. But from your vantage point, it's 9 days in. Where do you see this? What do you think is happening?
Well, first, Charles, in relation to your observation concerning their lack of experience, listen, I'm sure they're terrific guys and they're doing the absolute best they can. But even when I was in the Bronx in the crack days with a homicide, a quadruple, never mind a quadruple of this magnitude, it would be a full-blown Bronx homicide task force investigation. We'd probably look to the federal and state authorities even for an additional task force because this is a massive case, intense media scrutiny. And not only do they not know who he is in terms of an identification, they don't even have a description, and he is at large. He or she is at large. This is a very serious matter, extremely serious.
Pat,
it warrants a task force.
Pat, do you think it's just a single person though, or you say a he or a she, or could it be more than one assailant?
At this point, absolutely. Charles, very little is known, or very few material facts have been distributed for us to gather together in order to assess both motivation and so forth. We know that there was no break-in. That's been contributed. We know that the two young ladies were at a bar first when they went for that food truck. That would be a place that I might start if I was involved in this case to take it from the bar. But this is unbelievable that they could be murdered so savagely on 2 floors, 4 individuals, and the others would not have heard it and fled or in some way have been involved and got the heck out of there. It's extremely unusual series of facts.
What about the clock ticking, 9 days? Does it become exponentially more difficult to track down the culprit the further out we get from the actual day that this happened or the night?
1,000%. 1,000%. The clock is ticking, and it's ticking against law enforcement.
Yeah.
Every day that ticks by is a day against them gaining new evidence, against them tracking them in terms of the proximity to the crime. They're moving further away from the crime in time and in space, prospectively. Very, very little is known, or very, very little is shared at this point. As I mentioned, it's not even a composite sketch of the assailant. There's nothing. He wasn't caught in a video that's known. This is a ghost.
Yeah. This is heartbreaking, Pat. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Just wow. I mean, just wow. There's got to be some surveillance somewhere, but actually, that house is kind of, even though it's across from the university, it seems to be kind of like on a bigger lot set off from the road. You know?
Yeah, someone could have been, watching them from far away, if they have all that, if they have tactical skills, with the binoculars and all that stuff.
She said tactical skills. Okay.
Is that a word?
I want to touch on one more story that is not out in nobody's talk. I put her on a community post. I'm just going to share this video, and then Chisme wants to share a video on. Are you sharing it on Jordan?
I don't know. Whichever one you want. I sent. Do you have that TikTok link?
Yeah, throw it in Discord. Okay. Is this the one where they talk about? No, I wanted about. Okay, here we go. So Sunday, Emily was dropped off at she lives in Boston, Massachusetts, but she was dropped off to go. Let me show you her picture real quick. She was dropped off to go hiking. I believe it was her first hike, and she's in the White Mountains. So she might have been doing a Mount Washington. I am not sure, but this is very close to me. And this is her. And I know that she was not dressed for cold weather. And the night that she went hiking, when she went missing, it dipped into the zeros up there in the White Mountains.
Ooh.
So this is her. She's they have two different ages. They have 19 and they have 20. But this is Emily. And they've been searching for 2 days, like we talked about white woman syndrome.
Hi, it's Happy Car from the New Car family of
Happy Car.
Why is it yellow? Is it a lemon?
It's like a short bus.
The notch with her mother, staying at a local hotel for the week. Emily had several plans to go hiking throughout. Fish and Game clarifying today that Sotelo was wearing long johns under her exercise pants for her hike. She also was wearing low-cut hiking sneakers. Sotelo was part of a White Mountains hiking Facebook group, and in the past, she's asked members in the group to join her on her hikes. Fish and Game says they are aware of that post, but says there was no indication she had any plans to meet up with anyone for this hike. Captain Mike Eastman with Fish and Game says at this time they don't have any indication of foul play either, but they may air in the future if she doesn't win the search. Now, a helicopter was back out today searching from the sky and dropping search crews off at the summit. Crews wearing GPS trackers, which track the trails so fish can monitor what part of the trails have already been searched. New England Canine Search and Rescue also out there helping this morning, the group using 7 dogs to search for Emily by scent.
Our dogs, again, are air scenting dogs, so they're looking for generic human scent. They do know the difference between if there was a hunter or a hiker out there. They can tell the difference. So looking for that person that's out of place. They're probably giving off a different odor. They're stressed out or their adrenaline's high. So it's a different type of scent than if you were just hiking.
Now, Fish and Game says they've also tried to locate her using her cell phone, but due to the lack of cell signal here, that has been a challenge. Sotelo's family is in the area helping with the search. Tomorrow is her 20th birthday. We're live in Franconia, Notch. Kelly O'Brien, WMUR News 9.
Okay, well then that makes sense. So she is 20 now. One sec.
The family's searching as well, so poor thing.
The what?
They said the family is searching as well. They're searching too.
Yeah, one sec. I want to play one more. One sec, guys. I'm trying to see if I can get this press interview up that was out from the... I want to see if it's on YouTube. They want me to subscribe to the channel. It's got to be somewhere else. One sec. Chisme, you can talk about a couple of things about Jordan and real quick why I find this, because I want to find this. If you want to talk about Jordan Tompkins, we were talking about the serial killer in Bandera, and there was Dimitri Perez who went missing. There was Brittany McMahon who went missing, and she was found. Chisme can explain how she was found. And then there was Jordan Tompkins. And Chisme has been out on all of these searches for Jordan. And I actually spoke with her stepfather, Rick, and so did Chisme. She'll be back. And they're Brittany McMahon's parents, and they believe that she was actually killed by her ex-boyfriend. But Dimitri, Jordan, and Jordan, Brittany, and Dimitri all went missing in that Bandera County situation. And and both girls were walking down a highway at nighttime, and they did both have, drug problems. I don't know if Dimitri did. Dimitri's story was weird. He was like seen barefoot in some intersection, but Chisme received some information that's pretty creepy regarding them knowing things that they shouldn't have known. Chisme, where'd you go, girl? Let me see. I'm looking for that Pressy from the Boston. Trying to figure out what county she lives in. Because she comes from Boston. Let me see if I can find where it will tell me. Let me share this while I'm looking. There was actually a press conference on it.
Emily Sotelo was dropped. Police are searching. for a missing hiker in New Hampshire. Emily Sotelo was dropped off. Now, police are searching for a missing hiker in New Hampshire. Emily Sotelo was dropped off at the Lafayette Place campground in Franconia yesterday morning and has not returned home. Officers say the 20-year-old planned to hike Mount Lafayette, Haystack, and Flume. She was last seen wearing a brown jacket and exercise pants. Anyone who may have seen her along those trails is being asked to call New Hampshire State Police.
How rude is... Okay, I think I found it. Let me see where that... Okay, what county is she in? Okay, so she lived in Westford. Okay, Chisme, can you... Okay, did you hear what I said regarding Dimitri, Brittany, and Jordan?
Part of it.
Okay, so I basically explained real quick about the three of them. And you can share your screen. Just go to the bottom and pull up the video on TikTok that you want to show. And then just go to present and then click the Chrome tab or whatever web you use. And you'll see the video and just click it and then click share. But I want to find real quick this press. It's only like 8 minutes on Emily. So she comes from... So do you want to tell them what the information you got regarding Dimitri and what you know?
Yeah, I sent the link to that video, but yeah, Jordan Tompkins, she was last seen at a
One
walking
sec,
on
Chiz. One
a
sec. Do you see? Can you please drop that link over here in StreamYards in the private chat?
Where's that? Where it says
You
chat.
see on the right, it says private chat here in StreamYards.
No, it just says chat.
You'll see private chat to the right of it.
No.
It's there. It's there. Is it below? Are you on your phone? Oh, gosh. Did you? Yeah, my whole family is from Massachusetts. Okay, let me just go real quick and search Westford, Mass. Police Department. See if okay, there they are on Facebook. Let's see if we can find this. Videos. Let's see. All right. Yeah, just tell them what you were telling me earlier regarding the information that you what you were told about the information about not like things that they knew. Oh, she's a nut job, man. So that Facebook post was taken down. Let me just check Westford. What I'm trying. Let me see Westford Police Department. Let me get the county. Maybe the sheriff came out with something. Let me check the. Let me see. Westford. Yep, same thing. Let me just scroll down and see if they did a. Nope. All right, let me check the. Let me check one more thing. I can't see chat, guys. One sec. Okay. Westford, Mass County. All right. Oh, it's Middlesex. What is going on tonight? Seriously, guys? We've got STD testing. We've got pregnancy testing. We've got sex bots coming in telling us all that we need to have some hoochie coochies. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's see if we can get a Middlesex County sheriff page. So when I do that, it takes me to the Westford Police Department Facebook page. And I do not see anything on the hiker. Huh. Let me try one more thing. No. Once. I mean, and the temperatures that night, because I mean, the next time, well, I go all the time, but when I drive out tomorrow, if it's a clear day, because I live in a town of 683, well, maybe more now, who knows? But right here, there's a press conference regarding this from the Boston Globe. But they want me to sign up. Yeah, right. $52. The Black Friday special. Anyways, I can't find it. I'll find it and post it into a video. Hopefully they're going to find her. Can't believe they haven't found her yet. I mean, she was taking a certain trail, but she was alone, and she could have gotten lost. That's horrible. I don't think I would allow, well, I mean, she's an adult, but I don't know why she went alone, but she did. All right. You better get your butt up here, girl. I'm getting ready to play the video, and then we're going to wrap it up. You better put that phone on a selfie stick and hang it up in the air. Better wave that selfie stick like you don't care. Oh, Gamer is, I don't know what Gamer's problem is. There is nothing that we are doing that is in violation of any TOS. This is fair use. This is the weirdest thing. We had, well, since she's, okay. So, Brittany went missing, walking down a highway very close in Bandera County. Well, yeah, it was Bandera County. And then this girl, Jordan, went missing. And unfortunately, I do not give a shit. They were on drugs, but that to me doesn't make it okay to murder them. And then there was a boy, Dimitri Perez. His mother is all over Twitter. Her name is Brandy. But both girls were walking down dark county roads at different times. I did a video on this. And they were both missing. Brittany McMahon, which is not this girl, this is Jordan Tompkins. But Brittany was found in some type of estates. I showed him on the maps. But she was found hanging from a tree upside down. And the police ruled it a suicide. Can you imagine? So then Chisme was doing the search for Jordan Tompkins, and she met her mom and her Jordan's stepdad. I think Ricky raised her. And I spoke to Ricky on the phone too. And he was going to join the panel, but right now they hired a private investigator because they do not believe that Brittany committed suicide. And they also believe that it was Brittany's ex-boyfriend. I don't know though, because this girl, just a little bit later, within a week or so, was walking in the same area on a dark country road, and she went missing. She has not been found yet, but Chisme has gone out searching for her, and they have found possible items that could belong to her. So here's Chisme's video. I'm going to speed it up. On Jordan Tompkins. And then also somebody contacted me regarding statements like Dimitri knew things that he shouldn't have known, and that's why he went missing, but Dimitri also has never been found. So all of these people went missing within 45 miles. Well, these two went missing within a couple miles, but Dimitri went missing just about 40 miles away from these two girls. Barefoot, seen in some intersection, but it's in the video of these three. It's an upload, so it's not a live.
In Lake Hills, Texas, Bandera County, on April 22nd, 2022. For tips, contact the Bandera County Sheriff's Office. Here is a Facebook timeline leading up to her disappearance. She often walked, her only means of transportation, and she loved to sing. On the night of her disappearance, she was seen on Facebook drinking a suspicious shot at the Medina Country Club. Who is the person seen giving her the shot? Who is the witness who saw her walking on Private Road 37? Who is Josh Beckman, and what does Josh Beckman know? Where is Josh? Has he been questioned by police? Was Josh known to hit Jordan as stated in Facebook? Who is Sarah Taylor?
Shiz me if you want me to pause, just tell me.
Okay.
I'm gonna slow you down because, ooh, baby, I love you to death, but my little Latina Mexicana lowrider, we gotta slow it down because this purple punch has got me thinking. I'm trying to get like the third word.
Why did Jordan want to see her the night before her disappearance? And did she get to talk to her? When will the next search be? A search team found some clues that Jordan is still missing. Let's bring Jordan home. You can fast forward it. This was her Facebook timeline. She was awesome singer. Well, is hopefully. Can y'all hear me?
Jordan's mom is deaf. I would really like to speak, somehow get to be able to communicate with Jordan's mom and maybe have her on the show with a translator.
Okay, I guess I'm going to be singing this.
So if anybody knows sign language and you would like to join us, if we can get a hold of her mom to join us, oh, it would be awesome.
We built Expedition.
Yeah, she's my friend on Facebook.
No, we want to watch this.
You might get a strike. That guy was at the search. I don't know his name.
Is she lip singing?
No, she's singing, but she's singing with the music. It has
Okay,
words.
well, you know what? I
That's
will
what
not
she's
get a
explaining.
copyright. I'll get a copyright claim and I'll just go ahead and mute that part out. It's okay. And take it out of the video altogether, and then make sure you drop your link in chat. I'll just go ahead and take it out of the video, and then I'll re-upload it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll put it on an unlisted, and then I'll just crop it out. Okay, let's go.
How do I get through a night without you?
I'm gonna cry.
What kind of life would that be? Oh, I need you in my arms, need you to hold. You're my world, my heart, my soul. Do you ever leave? I think I sing really loud. Like really loud. Am I too loud or am I need
Oh my God, she's so cute.
like on these questions that I'm asking, okay? Because I need
Talented.
to practice.
And she was
That
getting
was so
better.
cute.
So she's gonna be singing, and maybe
Like,
a few,
so if you guys
2
know,
or 3
let
more
me.
posts.
On all the songs I sing,
forward it.
I like to sing
Just
to
me know, I'm enjoying it.
Facebook friends.
Okay.
So like, this is my message for you Facebook friends. And know that I love y'all.
know that I love you, she said.
Okay, how about we do with this? If you guys want us to play the whole video at regular speed, put a 1 in the chat.
Yeah, because
Maybe I'm a
I'm not
little
gonna.
morbid, but I actually like to see people in when they were here on Earth.
Hopefully, she's still here and someone has her.
Hopefully she is. Hopefully she is. I mean, come on, guys. It wouldn't be the first time that somebody was kidnapped and taken away for 10, 7. Yeah, I want to watch her.
Hope you never lose your sense of wonder. You get your fill deep, always keep that hunger. May you never take one single breath for granted. God forbid love ever leave you empty-handed. I hope you still feel small when you stand beside the ocean. Whenever one door closes, I hope one more opens. Promise me that you'll give faith a fighting chance. And when you get the choice to sit it out or dance, I hope you
She's got a beautiful voice.
I hope you never fear those mountains in your distance.
What happened? Oh.
That's when she started dating that guy, Josh Beckman.
All right, here we go, girl. You ready? Yeah, ready.
Do you think Josh is a suspect?
Yeah, when we went to search, I wasn't, but there was a guy there, and I think it was Brittany's dad. He was banging on that door, his door.
Yeah, Rick. We spoke to him.
Hmm. But I can't really say much about it because they asked us not to. But he
Yes.
wasn't there.
Yeah, Rick said to me too that he just wants to be careful because of the investigation, but he also believes that tell the tell them how Brittany was found, the girl that was found a few miles from her, that were both
Yeah.
unfortunately on drugs and out there doing whatever
Excuse
they
me.
do. But I don't give a shit I don't care. I don't discriminate.
Well,
But tell them
her
how they
mom.
no,
Yeah.
yeah, tell them first real quick how she was found, and then tell them what they said about the parents said on their thoughts on that.
Yeah. Okay. Brittany was found. Yeah, hanging upside down, and but it's gory. But her her hair was found like kind of somewhere else. But the cops are saying that it's suicide.
But
And
wait, explain how the hair as in cut off.
I'm not sure about that, but I know that the hair was not underneath. This is what her mom said. It was somewhere else, and that her body was in a way that she couldn't have done that to herself. And so they're saying, and a lot of people are saying that it was not suicide, the way she was. Now her mom has pictures because she went over there when she found out about it. And it's described, if you look at Bandera County, you can see where they describe it. But I think I kind of blocked it out because I can't explain it, and I can't figure out exactly what they mean. like how she was hanging. I know she was upside down, and her mom told me that the hair was not underneath. So, you know, but it's you can look it up in Bandera County, and
This is her. That's
yeah.
Brittany McMahon, who was found hanging upside down in a
Hmm.
tree. Didn't you say something about her clothes, or was it just the hair?
I think I blocked it out because I can't remember. But I'm trying to think if they said it. I don't recall anything about that.
Yes,
About her
Margie,
clothing. What did
definitely.
I tell you? Whatever I
I'm
told
not
you, that's what it
sure,
is.
but since they ruled it a suicide, I'm sure that you could probably go in and get the court records.
Yeah.
All right, let's watch Chisme's video because it's 3:30. I'm getting sleepy.
I think you should. I don't really narrate it anymore. You can speed it up because it
Okay.
shows her singing a lot. She's
Yeah, and
real.
then we'll
You
wrap
know,
it
she
up.
was getting better at it, and she wanted to pursue it.
so,
You know.
so this is the boyfriend.
No, that's her. She had different looks.
Oh, okay. Oh, she loved the wigs too. And then tell them
Yes.
when you went out searching for Jordan, tell them that
I
the
can't
items
say.
that you found.
No, I can't say it. I can't
You can't
because
even mention that one with the
no,
bee.
no, because it'll impede into the
Okay.
investigation and all that.
Okay.
But I'll tell you after we
No,
find it.
yeah, you told me. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not supposed to.
I'm not telling anyone. Get it, girl. Blah, blah, blah. Sad.
All right, we got Andy, the special guest Jordan here doing that little Carly P. Right, sweet guys. Give me my check, Jordan. Give me my check.
It's my mistake. I said I don't love you.
Ya no today.
I mean, just think April.
Okay, look what she wrote.
I'm gone forever. You're not my home anymore. I'll just find another. The way you treated me was bitter, and I won't put up with that BS either. So I'm staying. So I'm saying I'm going. I'm gone, always and forever. I would say I love you, but I really love you less than I did ever. I'm sorry that I'm not sorry, Mr. Clever. Please watch my live broadcast I'm doing right now. I really want to hear your input on what I'm talking about. So I wonder where her podcasts were.
Yeah, there wasn't one.
I wrote this, and whoever wants to add it on top, just type. So is the rest text messages?
And there's some of her singing, and
All
then
right, come
what
on,
did that
Facebook.
say?
Come on,
She was
people. I want
looking for
y'all
that
Here we
girl.
go.
to like on that poem for. All right, come on. So my phone is on 10%.
Walking
All right,
walking
I'm
on
on my way.
private road 37.
And I'm gonna sing a song. So my phone is on 10%. All right, I'm on my. Well, I have a flashlight I can't see, but I have the flashlight in my eyes. So I'm just gonna have y'all in the dark. Y'all can sort of see me. Sort of. Okay. So here's what's going on in my life. Okay,
Oh, shit. Yeah, we're going to end it after this one. This was the day she disappeared. I'm telling you, the hair on the back of my neck. Oh my gosh.
Watch when she drinks that drink.
It doesn't matter why she drank that night because she's an adult. Why did some creeper kidnap her? You can't.
Yeah, I know there's something about that drink though. Wait till you see how she reacts.
Oh my gosh, the night that she disappeared, I'm telling you, the hair on my neck just stood up. But Chisme, it doesn't matter if she drank. It wouldn't matter if she did a hit of acid and then decided to go do some huff spray. Nobody should ever have even thought that they were able to kidnap this poor girl, and who knows what's going on with her right now.
Of course.
If anything, that person should have made sure she got home safe. Look at
Yeah.
the day she disappeared.
You'll see what I mean when you see her drinking it.
I
I
know,
feel
but
like they put something in that drink first, and then like you said, why would they kidnap her and all of that? It all comes together.
that's what Chisme just said. Lilac said possibly a tainted drink. This is very heartbreaking, so we're going to wrap it up after this last day, but wow, this was the last day she was seen. Mm. She looks good.
Previous to that, she was looking for a girl from Facebook. She goes, "Does anybody know where this girl is?" And someone said, "I need to know too." So I don't know if she contacted her. Okay, she's gonna take a shot right there. She took the shot. Then it looks like she gets dizzy.
She does look like she's in a good mood. She looks
Yeah.
healthy. I don't see that she looks like she's on meth, but then again, I don't know if people on meth stay healthy looking, but she doesn't have any marks on her face. I mean, she looks good. She looks like
Yeah.
she would be a fun person.
Yeah.
Is a
I
fun
think she
person.
was improving. She was
She's
improving her
cute.
life. Mm-hmm.
She's cute.
Because that guy's not the usual DJ. Okay, watch. It's still bothering her. Look how it looks like she gets like in a daze. Look.
It looks like whatever it seems to be burning her chest.
Yeah. And she's like, you know.
I thought right there she had another shot in her hand.
I was trying to see where they got that shot from.
All right, Senior, you ready to sing a song?
I am ready to sing this song.
Turn it, go.
With a senorita, let's call margarita. We danced on the table all night. Then I said, adios. Casamigos is taking me home tonight. 'Cause he don't love me like tequila. He don't give me that watered down
Oh, I'm sad.
Mm-hmm. And they had us look for that clothing, and she was wearing pink tennis shoes.
Yep.
When I'm drinking down, I'm nothing but trouble, and trouble so easy to find.
There's that guy who just walked.
Which guy?
The one that's DJing that night, because if you look at her other videos where she was there's always another guy, an older guy, but not
Yeah,
a different shape.
What is this?
I think they had
Behind
storage back there.
you see, it looks like an eye and a mouth. It
Yeah.
looks like Leatherface.
You've been watching too much.
It's taking me home tonight. And they don't
Get it, girl.
Mm-hmm. After the other searchers went home, I was walking with a lady that knows her, and we found 2 more things.
Magic crazy motherfucker. That was pretty good.
Okay, that was
I
her
don't
last post.
I
Oh, you
don't
didn't see
know.
the last part about her boyfriend, where they
Oh,
texted. They text him because he's pictured with a dog, And
Wait a
they
second. I
and
can't believe I didn't mean to shut that off. I got excited. I got excited.
County on April
I think I'm
22nd,
gonna go make
20.
some chicken tenders and fries.
That sounds good. That's just a short clip.
Okay, so
That's her last post, but then I have a picture of her boyfriend. But I think they had
okay.
broken up.
So what did her last post say?
Oh, that was her last post. It says
Oh, it said
what she would like
Melon.
to be there. Yeah. But then after this, I put when I was doing research, I found just keep going. I can't explain it. Sorry. It just says a little. Okay, just keep going. Okay, that's Josh. Jordan. Yeah, that's Josh. See the
Oh,
puppy?
look at the. I was just gonna say, look at the puppy.
But
Love
he
you
looks
too, Shitster. I like that name, Shitster. Who is Sherry Lynn?
a friend of theirs.
So
Read
was
that part where it's circled.
please. So Sherry Lynn says, please. I hope you take very good care of. Uh, love it. No beating it up like you did to Jordan.
Remember, I said that we went to Josh's mobile home.
Yeah,
There's a lot of stuff, but I can't say anything because, like I said,
I know.
but the private detectives knows Dennis Fitzgerald. Um, you know. Oh, and then on my TikTok page, I made a video of Jordan. I think it was this one, but it was partial. Just a little the like a trailer. Anyways,
Yeah.
so a lady started commenting, naming names and saying what's going on out there, but I can't name those names. If you want to check out the TikTok page on the comments, you can see it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. We'll do it. We'll do something and keep up to date. I actually want to somehow get a hold of Jordan's mom and see how we can go about that.
Sorry.
But this is the third person that's missing. This is Dimitri
Well,
Perez.
and then they found the other lady, the older lady. That
Yes.
she was,
And then Chisme has some information on him that we'll disclose once
Oh,
we'll see it.
yeah, that I can. Well, all that comment said was that Dimitri saw too much. That's
Yeah,
all it
that
said.
he saw too much. He's missing.
Yeah, Dimitri, and then that one guy, I forgot his name. I'm sorry. He was found burnt in the tarp.
Mm.
Do you
Yep.
remember the name? Was it Gary?
Um,
Anyway, there's one important thing, which is
I
that
did a video on him.
yeah, the one thing that they all know each other, but the cops, detectives are saying that they did, it doesn't have anything to do with their disappearances, and so everyone knows that the law enforcement there are going to be helping. So, they're kind of stuck.
Wait, they don't know what they're doing about what?
The cops, okay, the cops are not cooperating, I guess, with the residents, and they're saying that all of that, even though they know each other, the deaths are or missing people, the cases are not related. But the fact is that they all know each other, you know, and they were close, you know. And so, you know, when we went, I was told that the cops, they won't do anything about it, about the people, you know, about the people that are missing and about the suicide, so-called suicide, and they can't find Dimitri and the other lady. I'm sorry, I can't remember her name. I think her last name was Elizondo. They found her, you know, and she was an older lady, and she had a lot of pain, so she took a lot of pain medication, and she knew all of them. So they're trying to figure out
Wait,
where
we're
Jordan
talking
is.
about the man that was burned in the tarp and he was found down in that ditch.
Okay, they all knew each other.
Yeah, I did a video on him.
But the cops are saying that just because they know each other, that doesn't mean that any of that is, you know, related to the same crime. You know what I mean? You know,
One
in other
sec.
words, the cops aren't doing anything about it. Okay, because supposedly, the you know, there's a lot of meth involved and all of that, so you got to carry, you know, you got to carry protection on you. That's why they didn't want us to go search inside you know, where we thought that we could get shot or something like that. So we kind of stayed on the outskirts, you know,
Yeah,
of the properties. Yeah.
you you carry a cane with a taser on the end of it.
Hell yeah. And then they said there was a big pit bull there at that guy's Josh's
Chisme, can you
trailer
drop your
home.
channel link in chat, please? People are asking for it.
Can they press on the name?
You want her? Yeah, drop your TikTok and your Facebook.
Well, I don't really have a Facebook. That's something else.
I mean YouTube.
Yeah.
Hey Troy.
There's a lot of, you know.
I'm always digging,
Yeah.
working, digging, 6
But I
animals.
was told, you know, for my safety, not to be going over there by myself. Only if there's a search party. And when you go over there, when I went over there, it felt, you know, it felt creepy, you know.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet
And we
it's
had to have a
creepy,
partner
creepy.
and all this stuff. Yeah. But you know what I did? There was
Oh,
an old car.
wait. I do have it, but I didn't do a video. I did a community post. Hang on one second.
Anyway, there was an old car, and it was on someone's property, but it was a, you know, a beat up shack, because that's mostly what they have, you know, really old homes and stuff like that. And
Here it is.
they said, maybe, you know, we need to look in that car. And the team leaders, they didn't want, you know, they said, no, we can't go. And I just took off and I went to look in that car, and they were like, no, get back over here. You know, the leaders and all that. You know, I don't care. I'm going to look, you know. But she was, you know,
Yeah.
nothing was in there.
There's
But
a
I got in
serial
trouble.
killer.
I'm always in trouble.
Okay, I gotta wrap it up after this though. I've got to
Yeah,
get to bed, but let me
me
just share
too.
this quick video on who Chisme's talking about. This is horrific. Of course, I shared the wrong one.
But thanks
This
for
is
showing it. You know, we got to get word out there about Jordan and Dimitri.
is that a video? Okay, so this man on the left was the man that was found in Bandera County, wrapped in a tarp, set on fire, and he was down in a ravine. Reported July 16th.
And it's a tourist city. You know, they have the
I
Medina
never.
Lake there.
I think there's a Bandera serial killer. To be honest with
Yes.
you, here we go. 1 second. I think there's in Texas, in Bandera County, I think that there is definitely a serial killer. And I'm not talking about Jordan and the girls, but maybe with Dimitri and these other guys that are found just, they're found on fire in their trucks, burnt in the trucks. They're
I
found
was going
in
to mention
water
fires.
retaining holes.
Hmm.
This guy was found in a ditch.
I don't know if that lady deleted the comments, but I have them. But you can go to the TikTok video and read the comments, and I believe well, just read it, and you'll understand.
And new this morning, a body found in Bandera County is that of a missing father.
Residents in Bandera County say they have seen an uptick in missing persons cases and crime as well. So this morning, KENS 5 anchor Marvin Hurst is getting answers for us. And Marvin, what do we know so far?
Sarah, Barry, we definitely know that the people out there are really concerned out there. So let's start
Troy.
with the missing father first, whose remains were found last week. This morning, he has been identified as Sean Duffy. The Bandera County Sheriff's Office said an autopsy was conducted. Duffy's son, Brian, tells us that it's a homicide investigation and that he wants justice for his 56-year-old dad. Brian Duffy also told us that his father went missing back in July. A passerby discovered the body last week on the road, badly decomposed, wrapped, and burned. So the discovery sent fear through the community that has been reaching out to KENS 5 about people who have just vanished there recently. So we pushed the Bandera County Sheriff's Office for answers about two other cases. The first one is 25-year-old Jordan Tompkins. You may remember this case, who went missing back in April on April 22nd in Lake Hills. They are still looking for her. We've been told they're tracking leads, and they have looked in numerous locations for us. They also gave us an update on the case of Brittany McMahon. Sorry, we don't have a picture of her, who disappeared back in June. The sheriff's office says that her remains were found on July 3rd, and they believe she died because she committed suicide. We're told that the evidence from this case was presented to a grand jury, and nothing in this case indicated foul play. But if you have any information about any of the cases that you just heard me go through, call the Bandera County Sheriff's Office with your tip. And of course, we're going to keep working on that to get answers on all of these cases.
All right. Thank you, Marvin.
The fact.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I'm making a new
So
video.
anything else you want to add to the story?
That's about it. They're waiting for the detective to set up another search, but we can search, but it is dangerous, and you can feel the tension. I don't know, it just feels weird when you go, because the residents there are real possessive of their land, and but we took chances. We did take a chance, and there's an area, I can't say this, there's an area that we're curious about, but since when they knocked on the trailer, no one was there. We went ahead and kept on going, and we found something, but we had to leave, so we have to find a way to go back.
Exactly.
Yeah, they had a lot of searchers, maybe about 50. Well, thank you, Mar, for
All right,
getting
everyone.
the word out about everyone that's missing.
Exactly. Everyone, thank you for coming in. We appreciate all of you. And I think that is it.
That's it.
We had
Good
right.
night.
We had a jam and 5 updates tonight just to get caught up on what's going on because I had that weekend this weekend. Oh, it was so nice. Well,
Yeah.
last
You
weekend,
had a marathon today.
right? Look at that. 5 hours. Holy shit.
That
Everyone
was
have
interesting.
a
Good day.
happy Thanksgiving
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving.
and keep your babies safe, guys, and stay what?
Vigilant
Stay
and
vigilant.
watch your
Thank you.
babies and
Oh, no. Keep your babies safe, guys, and stay vigilant and have a great turkey day. Chisme, and
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Mar. See you soon, everyone. Bye.